Let's go. Let's do it. Western Decline. He's back. I'm back. We're doing it. It's been a little while. How's it going?
I gotta. I'm out of practice. I gotta mute the YouTube stream. And we're going pretty good though, man. Everybody missed you last week. Hopefully you've recovered from whatever had befallen you.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm doing good. I mean, I wasn't even really. I just wasn't feeling too good, like to do a stream. I wasn't like gonna die or anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just not feeling it. And I tried to give you a little bit of a notice, not like at the last second, last minute or whatever.
Oh man, all it takes is like a bit of nausea or a headache, and I wouldn't want to do it either. Just the way it
I've been
goes.
busy, by the way, lately. I got so much going on. I'm working a new job. I'm trying to get golfing in. I'm trying to. I just how golfing and working and then streaming afterward. How do you do that? It's a long goddamn day.
The weather's been getting better there, I assume. Like you
Yeah,
must be
we're
just
just
getting into
lucky.
winter.
Fucking lucky. I mean, I'm seeing motorcycles out in the last few weeks. Golf courses are open. We're quote blessed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean nature can bless you in some ways, I guess, but when it comes to the the fair sex. Not many blessings to go around, it would seem.
What kind of chair you got over there, Bucko?
A creaky one. I'm fat now though, so it's fucking. You can hear that, eh?
Oh yeah.
Shift
And I
around a
don't
little
care
bit.
about like background noise or whatever. Like you gotta like stop and
This
pause.
thing's just begging for mercy at this
This is
point.
a real stream. We ain't some bullshit fake grift show. This is like just a couple guys hanging out. That's the fucking beauty of it. We get to hear the people belching and we get to hear.
I go through gamer chairs like one every year, so they can't handle me. I
So you
think what it
do
is the reclining. I put my feet up on like the edge of my desk and lean back and monologue into the headset.
uh sorry, I was reading the chat. You sit when you stream then, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a stand guy. I stand. I have like a stand-up desk or whatever. I don't ever sit when I talk on or when I do when I'm on my computer.
Yeah, I never got into that standing desk thing. I played with a lot of guys that swore by it, like they didn't want to get blood clots or something, so they'd stand the whole time, but I don't know. I want to sit on my ass.
How do you afford like a gamer chair? Aren't they like $400?
Oh no, by gamer chairs, I mean like the chair that like absorbs my gamer rage. I'm not buying no like fancy bucket seat from like Secret Labs or some shit to like fart and goon in. That's retarded. It reminds me of like the gunner glasses fad from earlier on, where people will buy these things to like signal the professionalism of their video game playing, when the reality is most of them suck anyways.
You want to fill Tradster in on the next review we're doing?
I mean, I what do you mean fill them in?
Well,
Like
I think
tell
he's
them what it is.
unaware of what you can like announce it. We're gonna do it soon, maybe in like a week.
The next movie is not a movie, but the first season of the Promised Neverland anime. That's the plan. Thomas was gracious enough to accept when I couldn't think of a movie, so I picked that.
Yeah, so we'll do it soon, hopefully. I don't know. We'll try to squeeze it in a week here, I hope.
I'm not sure what Dismal said he was going to start it a while ago. I don't know how far he got into it.
I haven't even started because I've been busy, but I'm gonna shoot through it quick. Don't worry. It's not even gonna be hard. I love watching like stuff. So
I watched Severance recently too, just because there's been nothing else to watch, and that movie has some kind of good material for like the mindset of women. Like the ending was very satisfactory, where the guy chose to stay with the woman that he had basically trauma bonded with. He'd rather be with the woman that he spent all the time in hell with than the one that he like rescued, that was his wife on the outside of their like underground office.
do you how do I ask this? Do you have like do you prepare for your day? Do you have like do you shower early in the morning and dress like decently, or you just lay around and wear sweatpants?
It depends. Like today I had to go out and run some errands, so like I showered before I went to bed last night and I just rolled out of bed. I wasn't going anywhere fancy though. Like I'm going to fucking hardware stores and like to pick up paint. Like it's not expecting to run into any women there. Um I shower like once a day. It depends. Whenever I feel like I'm greasy or something, sometimes I'll plan to do something and I'll know I'm gonna get filthy like working on something in the garage, so I'll put off showering until after that.
Well, I'm like old. I have to shower. I need a hot shower in the morning to like get the bones moving and the muscles relaxed. And otherwise,
Nah,
I'm just a stiff board.
I roll out of bed, I walk over to the fridge, I grip and sip a 2 liter of Coke, swallow a couple gulps of that, and that jars me awake, and then I'm ready for the day.
Yeah, I have a routine a little bit. Like I like to get up in the morning and suck down cold water, like just first thing in the morning. I I get like a big old fucking. I'll guzzle like a 20 ounce of water the minute I wake up, and then I'll take a shower.
I remember doing that one time when I was playing on the basketball team. I drank way too much when I got on the bench, and the next time I was out on court, I could feel this like cold bowling ball swashing around in my stomach. I was pregnant with a snowman or something.
Yeah,
Wasn't very
I
enjoyable.
have to shower in the morning. I can't go to work or do anything important or like even go out in the public if I don't. Well, depends. I guess not all the time. Like on a Saturday or a Sunday, I might just skip it and I don't know, fuck off or and do some errands while I'm not freshly clean and showered or whatever.
I prioritized showering more when I still had hair because my hair would get like mad greasy, and I'd have to shower before I left the house because I'd look like a I did never leave a basement if I don't. So I can get away with a day or two not doing it now. It's not like anybody's fucking cramming their nose up beside me. What I don't do is wear dirty clothes.
I'll wear jeans multiple times. I don't wash the jeans every time after wearing them. I'll like stretch it 2 3 days if I can or whatever. But that's because I try to be caught.
Yeah, that's.
I
I
try
mean,
not to wipe my greasy fingers all over my jeans.
it depends like what the weather's like, right? If I'm sure you don't do that if you've been sweating in them all day.
Well, yeah, it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
By clean clothes, I mean like undergarments. The socks, the
Oh
boxers,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
the
Fucking clean.
shirt.
You have
Like,
to have clean underwear. Has to be changed every morning. Like, come on, guys.
apparently not. When you were absent on last week, we did a little segment where we were reviewing the number of women that were complaining on Reddit about their husband's skid marks. And there was a very significant number of them that act like this, so much so that like common news outlets were doing articles talking about men's hygiene problems, when in reality I think that women are just like selecting for guys like this that don't even care.
It's all bullshit anyway. Women are filthy. Their cars are filthy. They don't shower that often. Hell, I'll plow my roasty girlfriend and oh man, it's kind of gross if you think about it. Like, yeah,
I
fucking.
mean, it's a normie meme at this point. I think
I mean,
what was it?
you blow a
Black
load.
Black Twitter popularized it with the bitch you live like this.
It's kind of crazy though to think like you just bust her, you fill her up, and then she doesn't shower after that, and she just goes up, gets dressed, and like it's nothing, no big deal, and
Is it any surprise the cum dumpster gender is slacking on hygiene? I don't. We're talking about people that get a pimple and rather than address the problem, they paint over it. They're dermatologist landlords. They they just cover it up.
oh, people probably wonder if my lady friend listens to our talks. No, she doesn't care about any of this. She doesn't care about anything going on on the internet at all. She doesn't care about all this stuff that people worry about and think about and pay attention to. Live your life. She'll have her opinion is that you have to have like, why are you so invested into things that you cannot control and that don't matter about, aren't don't affect you? You can't do anything about it. Like what you can control is what's more important to kind of her psyche or whatever.
I mean, that's a sensible take from a gender that has never really solved any problems. I think men have like an innate, wiring to try and be problem solvers. It's only something you can't do anything about until you can. So,
I I call my girlfriend all kinds of names. Like I tell her she's chubby, and I just make fun of her. Like you don't actually like tell her she's nice, and you tell her you love her and that you miss her, and say all these, you know, you don't like, you don't fluff her up. You just criticize her and bring them down. I mean, it's
so the negging works.
you just fucking talk shit. I call her chubby all the time. She's not even chubby, by the way. She's like a tall, skinny girl, but I still call her chubby because I can, and it makes her. I don't know. I don't know. You gotta like kind of
I,
poke
I
it.
mean, I believe this. I know of a relationship through the grapevine where the boyfriend would, open hand, palm, power slap style his girlfriend's stomach and call her fat. She stayed with him for like 6 years. So
I never text her. I don't call her very often. I don't like tell her she's beautiful ever. I just make fun of her and call her fat and chubby, and that's how you got to roll with a woman. You don't never give her anything. Don't give
I
her.
don't know. I think this is attractive privilege though. It's you're failing upwards, right? Like if you're like an incel type and you act this way, like it's gonna be a double negative or a double negative that doesn't turn into a positive. You've got the positive, you're giving her the negative. It's titillating both ends of her sensibilities. We're just doubling down on the bit they don't like. It's kind of like if you compare it to men's fetishism, right? Like men aren't really into being like female dominated by ugly women. It's kind of like that double-edged like sword. I have a foot fetish, but I don't like the feet of ugly women even if they have nice feet. It just ruins the whole thing for me. So I imagine it's similar with women, where like they're able to fetishize this behavior from a guy that they find attractive, but uh,
Well, the height thing's a
it just
big
gives them an
deal.
ick when there's
Part of it's
nothing there they
part of
like.
it's part of it's the height. Like she couldn't. I'm the best she can probably get because she's older and divorced. She's attractive, and everyone like gasses her up in public, and blacks hit on her in public, and all the men who think they can get a piece of her want to get make her feel good and all that bullshit and talk you know gas her up and to tell her how hot she is and all that bullshit.
So what?
And
You're at the grocery store. She's getting chatted up. You fucking scoot up the aisle with your cart full of Pop Tarts and tell
no,
her,
no, 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 no,
"Hey,
no, no.
I got everything I want. Let's go." Slap her ass and make her pay for your
I'm
boy's
saying
pop.
when I'm not around is my point. Like when she's at work or she's out in public when I'm not around. Like your guys are always trying to get it in and try to get at her, and you just can't worry about that shit. I mean,
I mean, you can't worry about it because it's all women more or less get treated that way. And if you've ever been around an attractive woman, like that goes with the territory. Like it's the I don't know. Some people might call it a downside or whatever, but what's really the purpose of having something that nobody else wants? Now, maybe
why
you can
don't
get
we do
lucky and you
this?
can.
Bradster's asking us, rate your facial looks. What do you think about your personal perception of your own face, your looks? Do you have what do you think about your like what do you
Uh,
yourself?
when I'm not overweight and when I had hair, probably like a 7.5 or an 8. Right now, maybe a 5. But that's if I don't smile, right? Like the teeth are a phthalo. So if I'm just mewing into a fucking mirror or something, it can look kind of good. But second my jack-o'-lantern opens up, it's Halloween for the ladies. So
Oh man, brutal. Yeah, I don't really know what I am. I'm not totally ugly, but I'm not handsome either. I'm just bigger than everybody. So that kind of, and I have my hair and I got blue eyes and I'm white and my shoulders are broader than most people. And I mean, I'm like a lanky tall fucker who, is just taller than everybody. What are you going to do? It's not even, it's not that I'm good looking. I've had women, I used to deliver pizzas when I was in my 20s, and like these drunk girls were all like looking at me when I delivered their food or whatever, and they literally rated me. Like this was years ago, before like the number game. You know how like Kevin Samuels did the rate yourself 1 to 10. They rated me an 8, but I think I'm a 4, a 6, a 5. I don't know, a 7, maybe a 3. Even I have
I
no idea.
mean, if you have a girlfriend that tolerates you doing these kind of streams and doesn't, and like you calling her fat, I think you're underestimating yourself.
No, tolerate me doing these streams. She doesn't even know. She doesn't know when I do them or what I'm talking about. I just hang out on the internet when she's not around. And then sometimes she'll be around if I'm doing like a movie review, but she's not even listening. She's like watching movies and shit.
I don't know. I'm skeptical.
I don't know what am I. I don't know how unattractive or attractive I am. I think I'm ugly at some time. Sometimes I think I'm ugly, but then sometimes I think women think I'm too good looking for them or something. It's weird. I don't know. I'm like a normal looking guy. I'm not hot. I'm not ugly. I'm just a middle of the road tall white guy. But I have my hair. That's important, I think.
Yeah, I hair's like the most important thing. I knew it was over for me when the hair went. That was one of the
I
only
can
things that
change
had
my
going
hair
for me.
too. Like I can have all kinds of different haircuts. I mean, I can change the way I look. Uh, Not everyone can do that.
That's losing your hair is a brutal like nail in the coffin. It was
Well, I'm old now, Western Decline. So like I don't my hair is not as good as it used to be, but I still have it, but it's turning gray.
gray doesn't matter.
But I'm
It's
blonde. I'm blonde.
yeah,
So
but gray doesn't matter. It's about the coverage.
yeah, the I'm a blonde guy, so the blonde the gray doesn't even show. I mean, people don't even notice it until they really look. They have to really look at my hair, and they don't even know it's gray.
Platinum Fox.
So do you wear hats, by the way? Are you a hat guy?
Uh yes and no. The only time I'll wear a hat is like the only haircut I can even have now that doesn't look like pure like balding cope is just like a buzz cut. Like that's all I and I'll wear like a toque if I'm going somewhere and my head is like cold, but like if it's fucking windy out or something. But I'm gonna have a fucking ball cap with me everywhere I go. Fuck that. I'm not fooling anybody with it.
Yeah, I don't know. Tradster asked me how. I don't want to like obsess about the looks thing, but old women think I'm amazing. Like old women think I look like a country rock star. I've had women all my life tell me, actually say that I look like Patrick Swayze. I don't think I mean, I'm like a normie looking version. He's like a superstar Hollywood guy or whatever. But I've had other friends of mine.
You know it's over when you've never been compared to a good-looking celebrity.
I've had friends of mine. They tell me I look like that Kurt Russell from that Little China. What's that movie? Big Trouble in Little China. That's kind of what I've had people tell me too. I could face reveal, but why would I do that? It doesn't do me any good to do that. It would benefit me zero to like show a photograph or turn my camera on. It wouldn't do any good to me. It wouldn't help me in any way in my life at all.
Yeah, I kind of want to believe old women with like some of their compliments, but like it's their compliments are just as outdated as they are. You know, the only compliments that matter are from like desirable girls or employers. Like that's about it. Like I don't know. You know, the praise from somebody that's not benefiting your life in any way. You know, it might be a small ego boost, but it doesn't carry the same weight as the aforementioned groups.
So you don't. I'm sorry. You kind of you don't wear hats then ever or very often.
No, just bald cope it up. I'm not gonna be that guy that fucking shaves the shit down like with a razor so I can be chrome dome shining in the sun, getting sunburnt and shit. But I just buzz it all off. It's like fucking, I don't know, like an eighth of an inch long. It's it's whatever. Jason Statham maxing maybe when I'm thin again.
Are you that fat?
I'm like I'm 5'10", like 210 pounds right now. I'm not like a skinny framed guy, so I kind of carry the weight well. But
Yeah, that's a
when I
great
was in
point.
shape, when I had my hair and I was like getting close to pulling girls, I was like 160. I just pigged out on goy slop and started like not giving a shit during my whole court proceedings and probation because what the fuck's the point?
I
The only
think that's
reason I staved it off was I thought I had a chance. So
when I know it's over, that I'm not like ever getting married or having a family. Like it's kind of a good feeling in that, in a sense that I just don't care anymore. Like I used to try and like worry more about like how I look or my weight or shaving or dressing up or combing your hair. I don't do any of that anymore. It's great. Like I shave like once or twice a week, and I just let it grow out and then I shave it again. And I don't even grow like a nice beard. I'm like, it's just like a, patchy fucking like, you know, whatever. It's just my facial hair grows and then I just wait and I shave it. And then I, let it grow out again and I shave it. Like whatever. I don't really comb my hair as much anymore because a lot of times I'll just throw hats on. I got all kinds of different hats I wear. And it's just easier to just like run a comb through your hair and then throw a hat on. And I don't even want to like, have a hairstyle anymore. I don't always wear a hat, but it's kind of nice to just not give a fuck.
yeah, my grooming routine is fucking very minimal. Consists of like an electric razor I buzz my whole head and face with maybe once a week. And that's about it. Like I don't it doesn't matter to me anymore.
I
I
always brush my teeth and floss though. You got to floss. Guys, if you're 20 years old, floss every single day. Like you just make it a habit, like make it a routine. Like it's a ritual.
I hate floss. I hate the fucking kind you got to pull out of the roll. Like I like the little dental picks with the little
I
bit of
use the
floss
t-
on them.
I use the floss picks,
Yeah,
but I also use real floss. I use both. Hell, sometimes I'll use that peroxide, and use peroxide too,
peroxide and baking soda and just
yeah,
fucking
do
load it
everything. Just
down.
fucking
Yeah.
clean your mouth, man. If you have your oral hygiene is like a big it's so good it'll help you with your
I
just
like leaving the
not even
dental
looks or
picks
anything,
at
it's your
my
health.
desk. If you leave
Oral
them at your
hygiene,
desk, then you'll be inclined to pick them up.
yeah, oral hygiene
Or
is like, key to like health, I think. And people don't floss. You got to floss. I wish I flossed when I was.
I just never took care of mine very well because like it's just a polishing a turd situation. I like to compare it to, like let's say your parents give you a hand-me-down car. It's reliable, but like the paint's faded, like it kind of smells like your dad's cigarettes, like it's an economy model, like you'll do the bare minimum to keep it on the road to take care of it, but you're not like out there fucking polishing the paint every weekend. That's how I feel about my teeth. Like do enough to avoid problems with them, but I'm not going to sit here and try to polish a turd. Like
No, but I guess my advice or my take on it is like hang on to what you all have because you don't want fake teeth. That sucks. Like I've talked to dentists about this shit. You don't want fucking like implants and dentures and flippers and partials, and you want to hold on and hang on to your actual real teeth because I think it's bad for you to like pull all your teeth out or grind them down and put fake.
or root canals and everything else. Like your root canals fall out a lot of the time. Like you're not supposed to have dead material in your mouth.
So why don't you maybe mention that stream you shared with me? Maybe plug those guys, or if you have any notable things to mention about that stream.
Yeah, for people that are hungry for content, you should go check out Clown Town. If you were in this community years ago, you probably remember Pygmy. They did kind of a return stream the other night. and I can't vouch for the first 2/3 of it, but the last third was good. One of their guests that they had on there was going on a really good rant. So I don't know. I'd like to hear from some of those guys, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if they're not necessarily interested because I think most of them are basically like short ethnics is kind of the vibe I got from those guys. And there's overlap with this community, but we have kind of like different struggles. We're kind of the wignat end of inceldom.
Well, they're actually incel. They're manlets. They're ugly. They're poor. They're struggling in life as men that they're the real kind of excess men that have no place in society. And
I see. This is where I'd probably piss them off because I do think that these guys like would succeed. Like when I hear like, oh, he's like a timid like brown of one flavor, another manlet. Like I've never seen one of those guys that's alone. I that's all I see with women are those sort of guys. Or I see some white guy that's like 35 with a white woman that's about 35 to 40. That's about that. Those are the only pairings that I see. I see brown men with all the young women, and I see well, men is a stretch of the term because like they're not they're not like physically imposing or necessarily extremely intelligent. Now, I don't know if they're like a pity project for these girls or it's pay to play or what's necessarily going on there, but very, very common. I see more Indian male white woman than I do like white Chad white woman, and it's not even comparable.
uh bro, I was at the liquor store the other day, and this just greasy, dirty homie was in there, like doing DoorDash, like doing a shopping order or whatever behind me, like waiting to get rung up or whatever. And I walk out of the liquor store, and he's got some young white woman driving him around. Like this black guy was not Tyrone. He was just a scuzzmax homie, just a total dirty, neat, N word.
Hmm.
And he had a white girl driving him around doing DoorDash, and then
Yeah,
oh,
there's
just be white. It's like no, white guys are fucking playing video games. This dirty homie's got a white girl driving him around doing DoorDash.
yeah, and I've seen so much of that that I just don't care anymore. That's what pushed me away from any kind of like white nationalism ideas like ethno state or anything because your ethno state, your white nationalist state, even if it's were achieved, would be full of like ex coal burners, ex curry burners, like, and there'd be no like check and balance on them. You know, you could incorporate all these women, and you'd still have, 10%, 20% of white men in a monogamous situation would have no partner. 50%, and we're being generous, it's probably a lot more, would be having to pair with some woman that like dated outside her race, and the same problems are just going to reemerge. So I think it's cooked. I think at most you have some sort of small like breakaway thing, maybe that's tenable, but as a whole, unfortunately, I don't think like white people are pulling out of this unless white guys are just willing to double, triple, quadruple down on being cucks and just accept women that were absolutely like uh, making disastrous decisions.
Yeah, I don't blame you. How can you be a I don't know how there's no women, no children, no relationships, so why should you worry about quote the race or whatever? You can't even get a girl like to give you attention at all.
Yeah, or you do get it, and who polices you? You know, it wasn't Muslims that accused me of being some kind of monster. It wasn't Asians. It wasn't Jeets. It wasn't blacks. It wasn't even Jews. It was other white cucks or crypto kikes that accused me of being like some sort of, degenerate predator for doing what I thought was very respectful. very polite, very like straightforward, and instead I got tarred and feathered for it. So I'd still like to see them win, but I can't bet on it. I wouldn't have bet on it before, and I'm not like sticking my neck out for it again. It would take a very special kind of situation for me to feel like I owe really anybody anything. The way I look at it now is like if you're not giving me land or money and I don't enjoy the interaction, then I'm just not going to do it.
Um, Let me mention. What was the guy's YouTube that you were listening to that you sent me?
Clown Town.
Clown Town. So they're ethnics, they're manlets, and they think white guys have everything, and white people, white men are just get it, have it easy. Just be white, is a big thing in that on that stream. And it's weird because they talk about like you're 5'3", you're Asian, and you live in a white country. You What do you expect? Like, what did you think was going to happen?
Well, I think it's kind of a confirmation bias thing too, because it's like if you if you're one of these races of men, and let's say that you did have some kind of in-group preference, you prefer dating your own women, which seems to be rare. Most of them don't seem to have an in-group preference that way. Um, I imagine it can be difficult. Like, dude, I'm traumatized from seeing white girls with curries. Like, I hate them. I hate curries because in my like lizard brain, they've stolen the most valuable resource from me, and I can't do anything about it. So I imagine it's annoying from their perspective to see one kind of average white dude like run through like all of their women. So I don't blame them for being necessarily like spiteful about it or anything else. I think that the missing element from a lot of their perspectives is they don't seem to understand that that average white dude can't get an average white woman of his own race, and that's why
Well,
he's resorting to
well,
doing
this
that.
is what bothers me about the race stuff because no one wants to be honest about it, and that's where white supremacy comes into play, and people wanting to be around people like themselves. Well, not women, not white women, but because white women they're so far into the white supremacy, they're reaching down to the bottom of the barrel, because they're at the top. Um, the just be white thing is weird to me because they're not white and they're manlet and they're short and they're brown. And then, oh, white guys can have any, they
Oh,
can.
just be white and you can get a Pujita or
Well, that's
a
what my
brown
point.
Asian, like,
That's my
or
point.
Shibun.
They recognize that people don't want to be around them because they're not the people that don't. People want to be around people like themselves. So if you get a cold shoulder from white people living in a white country, well, then you just lack perspective with just be white because white guys want a looks match, and then all the non-white people that live in America or the West think that they're owed a white woman. What are we doing here?
No, they're owed. They think they're owed a white woman. They think they're owed white jobs. They think they're owed white. They're owed white housing. They're owed white citizenship, and our politicians agree with them. So I just don't care anymore. I'm boomering out. It's not my problem. I'm not gonna be here for the worst of it, and I have no reason to care about a future I don't get to participate in. So enjoy your Infinity Jeets. Enjoy your Infinity Brown people. Enjoy women that have all been deflowered by some kind of prima nocta Epstein overlord before you're even allowed to legally date them. And have fun trying to build a family in that environment. You're both going to have to work your whole lives. You're going to own nothing. Your daughters are going to be whores. Your sons are going to be losers. And this goes for any race of people that end up in one of these countries. It applies to white people right now. It applies to all second generation immigrants too. So have fun. you're gonna get here. You might have fun first generation when your hard work is being rewarded and you actually get to reproduce. Wait till your son's rotting in his bedroom playing Fortnite for 15 hours a day. Wait till your daughter is requiring an abortion at 14, or your wife is putting her on birth control at the same age. So I don't think it's particularly great, but that's apparently you're supposed to just shit out kids with whoever you can impregnate in any kind of environment, and none of this matters considering it is incel, considering it is cringe. So
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, I'm supposed to be more grateful because I can sleep with women that are outside my group or whatever. Like that's their sentiment. The white, the just be white is a real big thing that they wanted to, you know, they were just harping on, and it you know, you don't see I get it as a short, quote loser in America who doesn't fit in, feeling, thinking that white guys just have it so good and easy is a little bit ridiculous. All right, let's watch a
I
video.
don't disagree with them. I think that the very top tier white men do have it easy. They're the only demographic of guys that actually have white women throw themselves at them. If you're an absolute loser white guy, scumbag, piece of trash, criminal, cripple, a dysgenic of any variety, you'll get a pity white woman. If you're anything in the middle, you don't get shit. You get to begrudgingly just be white max with some race that you probably wouldn't have anything to do with otherwise. So I can see the resentment where it comes from, but we're not really in any better predicaments. Most of these guys don't want their own women either. They don't have a cope. If they can't get their own women, they can't get white women, so they have no like backup plan. They don't have a just be white card to play in a lot of cases. There's not enough white women to go around for them.
No, no.
Here, let me fix it for you.
Why would you do that? What if I took that and I cut your hair off?
I told you I didn't like your beard.
Why would you do that? I told you. Oh my gosh, I told you it's not funny. If I took that and cut your hair,
You better not.
it would be abuse or something. But you do it to me and it's fine. You keep doing all this crap to me. This is my beard. But you know there's something very important to me. This was the
It'll grow
surprise.
back.
This was the surprise you were telling me about. Babe, it took me 2 years. I'm shaking right now. I can't believe you did that. I mean, if I did it to you, it would be all messed up. It would be me, right? But you do it to me, and it's fine.
Your beard will grow back. It looks better without it. I mean, right now it looks kind of crazy.
No, it's not funny.
I mean, crying about your beard is cringe. Like I've this weird like rockabilly like behavior. Like this is if a guy actually looked like that, he wouldn't care about getting his beard snipped a little bit. This guy probably lives in suburbia, drives a squatted truck on 24-inch chrome rims, and listens to country rap, realistically. But if you inverted it, yeah, like women would throw a fucking tantrum. Women would call you a pedophile if you went around trying to shave off women's mustaches or their legs, or were like, hey, maybe you could get rid of the 70s porno bush. Well, that's pedo coded. Meanwhile, women like full heads of hair and faces that are shaved smooth. Somehow that's not pedo coded.
I think it's demonstrates the dynamic between men and women and how much power women really have. Men just you can't do things like that to women without maybe something. Maybe he's pointing out the hypocrisy. I think is the point I wanted to make.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
What kills me is you've got a guy that's supposed to be. You think he's like counterculture. I mean, he's got fucking knuckle tattoos. He's wearing fucking overalls in his front yard, and like even a hillbilly guy that like blacks probably wouldn't even mess with, just because it's more trouble than it's worth from their perspective, is getting like publicly clowned by some like kind of mid, dyed hair like big red bitch.
I can't do the redneck culture of like, I don't know. It's so cringe when like the white guys, the Southerners, the country boy, embraces the country kind of life when it's really just normie American, you know, uh, I don't know how am I going to say this? Like, you're not transgressive by like behaving and acting that way. It's not, you're not flexing on, it's not counterculture.
I mean, country is supposed to be counterculture, but it never is. It's like, what is country fixated on? It's fixated on consuming overpriced trucks, on slurping down as much goy juice as you can get your hands on, and crying over a woman who cucked you again. That's my divorce, my wife's cheating, she left me, gotta drink, gotta drive my truck. Like, that's, I like my trucks too, but not like that. Okay, like,
Well, I also don't like the denial or the life that the way of life of leave me alone is like cringe. Like, I just want to get away and grill and listen to my country music. No, like, I'm sorry. I actually do want power. I don't want to run away from the government. I want to take it over. Let's just dominate and just move towards the city and just totally fucking take over this nation state. Like, run into some hillbillies, run into the hills and listening to your little music and planting some stupid flag and, listening, loud music.
try that in a small town.
It's fucking gay. I hate country boys, by the way. They're faggots. And I'm not even like an urbanite. I'm just like a regular dude who wears blue jeans
I
and
think I think what I hate about it is the assumed masculinity of all country boys. People think that they're all like these fucking like hay bale tossing, like corn fed, like kind of like eugenic like ubermensch, and a lot of them are not. A lot of them are kind of these pinner little like losers, daddy's money retards that like their dad buys them a new truck with the money that he got from his farming subsidies, and they write it off as farm equipment or whatever. Like, I like the lifestyle. I like what it's portrayed to be, but very few people are actually that. A lot of them are like, they're basically hick libs. Like, they're not like, they think a black guy is based because he rides a horse or has a gun. Like, they don't understand.
do you ever watch movies like The Django or that other one, The Inglorious Bastards? Have you ever watched these types of films?
No, I view it as like revenge porn.
It's
Like,
really bad, man. Like, I can't even watch films like that. They make me want to fucking headbutt somebody, man. I can't do it.
it's all about just dunking on Whitey. Like, that's all Django is. It's like, oh yeah, I was a slave, but now I be fucking your women and making the millions of bucks, and you're paying to see me do it in a theater. Like, I don't. That's my problem with football and basketball. It's all the same thing. It's all like, you don't even realize that your culture has been stolen from you. Your birthright has been handed to probably the most undeserving demographic that there is, at the behest of the most crooked demographic. And people just lap it up. They love it. They can't get enough of it.
I wanted to ask you, did we do this already? I don't know. Maybe we talked about this already, but I wanted to do the pit bull question with you. Did we do this already?
I don't think so.
Do you have an opinion about ownership of pit bulls? And pit bulls being allowed to be purchased or have as a pet?
I think that pit bulls are the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the dog problem, and you see this any place that has actually banned pit bulls. People just move down the dangerous combat dog list and get whatever the next most threatening, violent thing is that happens to be legal in their area. So it becomes like a moving goalpost situation. Pit bulls are not the only like fighting breed or working breed that should not be handled by the average kind of retarded suburbanite or woman in general. And my opinion with dogs is that first of all, you should have to go through a licensing process to own any kind of dog. You should have to demonstrate that you know how to even take care of an animal. And taking care of an animal is not keeping it locked in your house and giving it food and water and taking it out to poo once a day. Like you need to exercise it. You got to be out like doing things with it. So if you can't do that, you shouldn't have any animal. And beyond that, there should be restricted dog breeds that require even more extensive licensing. Like you have to demonstrate that you can actually like command the respect of one of these animals, and that it needs to be treated like a weapon, not just like some fur baby that we're all surprised when its prey drive kicks in and it mauls a child.
What's your opinion about pit bulls specifically? What do you think about them?
I mean, I don't care. Like, I'm not the sort of person that would ever die to a dog. Okay, like I'm not getting 1v1'd by a dog. So like it's not a problem I'm ever going to have. Uh yeah, I think there was a news article, I think I was talking about it with Dismal or Hyperborean Knowledge of a guy, a typical like kind of like scuzz maxed guy that has a pit bull. He's fucking duck lipping in the selfie with his pit bull, and he had to strangle his pit bull to death because it just decided to attack him. But that's the difference. Even kind of the lowest IQ quality of man is able to deal with the pit bull by putting it down with his hands and get out of it with a couple stitches on his arm.
What do you think about pit bulls? Like, do you think they're like about the breed specifically?
I mean, they served a purpose. You know, I can't blame an animal for the way that humans bred it. So I don't think that they should be reproducing. And I view pit bulls the same way I view women that take IVF. You know, nature has deemed you unfit for reproduction. You should take a hint. It's the same thing with pit bulls. A lot of them cannot even give birth successfully anymore because they have to have a C-section. The big fucking wide skull jaw that they have can't even pass through the opening in the pelvis when giving birth. So nature has deemed the pit
I did
bull,
not know that. I
yeah,
didn't know that.
nature has deemed the pit bull a dead end. The same way it should have also deemed these women that have if your body decides that it shouldn't reproduce, you should take a hint from nature. We shouldn't be fucking intervening here to save these people or these dogs. I don't think you should send all pit bulls into the wood chipper, but I think that they should require licensing to own and they should not be reproducing. I think that all the female pit bulls should get a tubal litigation and all the male pit bulls should get snipped too. I don't agree with necessarily castration. I think that that's wrong. I think it fucks up dogs' development. But it's the same thing. It doesn't there's a list of 50 different breeds or more that in the wrong hands will cause as much trouble as a pit bull. Like
I disagree with that. I think pit bulls are uniquely dangerous outside
I
of
mean
any other breed.
the
Maybe people say Rottweilers are just as bad. I just
uh,
disagree.
I mean
The data's in. The data's in. The videos are in.
and who owns pit bulls? It's always the lowest IQ people, and dogs are notorious for taking after their owners. Your dog mimics your behavior. I'm sure there's a genetic component, but you never see these issues out of people that are actually sensible owners. It's always some retarded colorblind shitlib that, doesn't want to adopt a full-on Negro, so they get a pit bull to show how tolerant they are.
I think that,
or it's some low class like coal burning
let me
white
just say
woman,
something. Like
or it's a nig that keeps it locked up all day and fucking beats it with Nike slides. Like those are your pit bull owners.
I don't. I see both sides of this. Like, so you're not like for full exto. That's not your opinion then.
I'm not full what? Sorry.
Exto extermination.
I'm full extermination of pit bull owners as they currently exist. If you can't demonstrate that you have control of your animal, like I think you need a test, right? So first of all, that dog on a leash, okay? And you test the owner. So okay, your dog's on a leash. Well, you ever see greyhound racing where they have that like mechanical rabbit
Yeah, it's
that
fascinating.
right the greyhounds all chase it? Develop a kind of course like that for these pit bull owners to demonstrate exactly how in control they are. Okay, put your pit bull on a leash once it's fully grown, have like a screaming baby, okay, on the stick that flies down the 400-meter dash or whatever it is, and try and hang on to your pit bull. Okay, if you can hang on to your pit bull while it runs after the stake moving at 100 miles an hour and trying to chase it, catch it, and eat it, then maybe you can keep your animal. You pass the first round of testing.
So Western Decline, pit bulls to me are a remarkable creature. I mean, they understand hierarchy. They they have some fascinating qualities, but they're just dangerous. And I have friends that are big dog lovers, and they don't want to see pit bulls harmed. And I just don't think people should be allowed to have them. They're dangerous, and
Well, that
they're a
that that
fascinating and remarkable creature, and they have tendencies and behaviors that are very instinctual and neat and cool, but they just shouldn't be in the
we're
suburbs.
we're we're not yeah we're not far apart. I think that you should require like a pit bull should not be treated like a golden retriever. A pit bull should be treated like a mountain lion. Like you should have to have like very specific licensing if you want to have this anywhere near civilization. Okay. Not impossible to own, but like the average person that would go, I want a pit bull, I want a bully breed. I'm gonna crossbreed them. I'm gonna sell me some puppies, and I'm gonna show it off at shows for how mutated it is. I'm gonna roid it up, get it a weighted vest. Okay, like those people are not going to be able to jump through the amount of hoops it would require to own one. So
Yeah, nothing's
you'd
gonna.
you'd you'd effectively ban it if you put some kind of like rigorous licensing behind owning them.
Yeah, definitely. We can move on. Maybe we should pull up an article, or what did you want to tackle first? We got a few different things we could touch on, or maybe we should put the link in and get callers in here. I don't know. Maybe should we do calls today? I think I said we would. I don't know.
Yeah, we gotta do what I can't do. I think we're at opposite ends of the spectrum on this. You might kick guests a little bit hastily. I never kick them. I let some guy ramble for like 4 hours about all his hot women. I let a Dominican guy just talk for like 6 hours, and I might be fascinated by it, but most people don't have that attention span. So I would like to pull this up though, if we could do a little quick screen share. I got one thing I want to cover before we get into callers. So, what we've got here is, the typical like. I think that this illustrates well like the personal trainer dynamic and why it's a
You want to
problem.
zoom it in a little, Bucko?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we've got Ivanka Trump here bragging about her jujitsu ability, and we've got the Valente brothers advertising their jujitsu. Okay, and imagine that this is your wife. Okay, she's just going for her jujitsu training, and like she's obviously getting off on some guy just like grabbing her by the scruff and like being on top of her and like choking her out and everything else. You get this same kind of dynamic with like a personal trainer or anything else. And unfortunately, like I want to respect Trump because in some ways I like him, but there's just your daughters are all dating Jews, your son's dating Jews. You've got Vanessa Trump is now dating fucking what Tiger Woods recently. Like she's betting a nig. Like your father is president of the United States and you get some like washed up like middle-aged at least like balding. You couldn't have done any better. No white guys wanted to bed Trump's daughter, so the whole thing is just really like disrespectful and nasty to me. Then you got this whole thing. Now this hits a lot of notes for me because we're told that women like being choked is like a zoomette thing, like young
You
women.
have to choke them, slap them. You almost want to stick your finger in their mouth while you're fucking them. Like you got to
Sure,
be.
sure, sure. I don't disagree with any of this, but what they've tried to spin this off as, women have tried to like weasel out of this, and they're pretending that this is just young women because they're porn brained, because they grew up with too much exposure to this, they're desensitized to it. When this, I think Ivanka's what, like 40, 45, and she's still obviously getting off on having a hand around her throat, and this is in public. So I don't know. It's just it hit a lot of notes for me. This is why I can't take women seriously. I can't take Brazilian jiu-jitsu seriously either, to be honest. But the majority of this, you're going to be rolling around not with Ivanka Trump. You're going to be rolling around with some other like sweaty like bald dude who's trying to get you to enter his guard so he can fucking put you in a body triangle. Like this is not a good look. And that's probably my biggest complaint with the whole Trump thing is for every good optics situation you have where white men are made to look in a positive way, there's like five of these sort of situations. It's impossible to be cool as like a white male nowadays because especially if you're like a family sort of guy because your daughters are inevitably going to get into situations like this. Imagine if Trump had like sisters that were acting like this. I think he does actually have a sister. I remember a news article recently about how his sister is trying to block something that he's doing
I think that
legally.
was his niece or something.
Yeah, but either way, your enemies aren't even just from without. You're fighting against the women. You're getting attacked from your own family from all angles. The only woman that hasn't made an absolute fool out of him is his imported wife.
Yeah, that's a good point.
She's actually managed to avoid scandals, which she hasn't like think of. I'm actually envious of one thing with Trump, and it's that. Now, I don't know if he was her first. He probably doesn't care. He probably had like piles of girls before that, but how many women would have stood by their lambasted husband for 4 years after he had an election stolen from him and they tried to throw him in prison? I don't know if I know a single one. I can't think of a single
There
one.
is a video of Donald Trump in an exchange with his wife that I saw on David Pakman's show years ago on the first inauguration, and it's disturbing. Like I should fucking pull that up. I gotta. We'll play it next stream. I'll try to remember to pull that up. It's a fucking wild interaction. It's a very interesting little visual you get to see between him and his wife, and wow, I'm gonna pull it. Not tonight. We'll do it next time. I'll remember. Um, I do. Well, we do have callers. I guess we could do that. Do you want to? I did want to mention the Dave Ramsey image real quick.
Yeah, sure, pull that up.
Let's pull that up. Here we go. Why don't you go ahead?
How in the world? So, for those who don't know, Dave Ramsey is a fat, bald, retarded 85, not that old, like 65-year-old boomer that gives people like retard tier financial advice that amounts to uh, take all your belongings and pay off any debts you have now immediately. Yeah. Survive on rice and beans. Pay all your debts immediately. Meanwhile, anybody that makes money in the world leverages debt. They privatize their gains and uh, they make public their losses. You know, the losses are everybody's problem, but when it's winning, it was all them. And you get these typical kind of retards in the comments that don't seem to understand. You know, we've still got 104 at least Dave Ramsey viewers that don't understand how a truck driver's $67,000 in debt and has a girlfriend. So it's not about money. It's not about beta bucksing. It's not about wage cucking anymore. Like if you have to give a woman money, you already lost. You're engaging in some kind of roundabout prostitution. And people haven't clued into this yet. Women get free money for existing. Okay, if the woman is at all attractive, her every step she walks is paved in gold. Okay, she's born with a winning lottery ticket and only has to cash it in. They don't need money for anything. And guys still can't figure it out. They think that guys that
Dude, Western Decline, like I want to drive truck. Like I want to be a semi driver, tractor trailer or whatever, a trailer jockey guy. I used to do it actually a few years back. I used to help out. It wasn't my main duty or task at work, but I would jump in the truck and move trailers around back in the years ago, and I enjoyed it. But the reason I don't drive truck or tractor trailer is because why would you? You don't get paid enough. I mean, you're going to be alone and like away from the
well,
world.
and there's a lot of
And
problems
by
that
the
come
way,
with it.
you're going to deal with so many like frumpy white clerical women that like can't get your truck in and or get it out, and you're waiting and you're sitting around.
The only time I've ever been envious of a trucker is when he's literally like doing it with his wife. You know, she's in the passenger seat the whole time. They're like owner operator.
That's a funny thing that you mentioned that. I worked at a place where they this guy, this boomer, he was a self owner operator truck driver,
Hmm.
and he had the sleeper cab, and he had his wife with him and his dog, and he had a whole kitchen in the back, and he made good money, and he was from Virginia or some bullshit, and
Yeah,
he
it's basically like driving an RV around. You know, you're just touring the country. Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad. But you'd have to have your wife with you because truckers are kind of like cops or servicemen where, a lot of the times your wife is just with you because especially with the guys overseas, where they like the financial benefits and they like how easy it is to cheat on you.
well, all the
So,
truck drivers are like the worst people in the world nowadays. Like you go into like a truck stop, they're all fat fucking like they're all minorities now. They're all like Pajeets and Muslims and black people. And I mean, white guys. I don't even think drive trucks anymore. They're all boomers if they are white.
well, it's like in Canada, right? You had the trucker protest where they all like stuffed up the streets and honked their horns in Toronto. You know, that was kind
That's
of
right.
an effective thing, but it was effective, and that's why truckers got targeted. You know, they debanked a bunch of them. Now they're replacing them with Jeets that don't even have driving credentials. And at the time that was going on, there was some trucker Jeets, but the trucker Jeets refused to participate in the protests. You know, they sided with the federal government. So that's why you're seeing all these demographics shift to this.
That's
Like,
my problem, Western Decline. Like, I don't even hate truck drivers. Like, it seems like an interesting. It's lost all its. There's no prestige. There's no there's no reason to drive a truck. You're literally just like the slave class, like itching to get like upward mobility, and they're all fighting for crumbs. It's not a.
yeah,
It's
it's
it's a
awful.
profession that's been so diminished. why would you drive a fucking truck and you're not going to get a woman? You're going to be on by yourself dealing with foreigners at these truck stops. And then at the same time, you don't make that much money. Might as well just be like a dock worker and drive a forklift.
Well,
I mean,
and
you might not make
yeah.
as much money as a truck driver, but you're home every night. You don't work these crazy weird hours and have to deal with the fucking DOT troopers, state troopers.
Well,
Fuck.
and it goes further than that too. Like Dismal touched on in his recent job search video, because these people, like, if you're driving a truck, you don't even get the privacy anymore. You're gonna have
Video
you
cameras.
got a video camera in your face. You got like AI alert systems
They
telling
don't
your
let you have a
boss.
cigarette or
Yep. Yep.
tobacco.
None of these things. You can't do the whole double logbook shit anymore, so that you can punch in twice as much hours without exceeding the amount you're allowed to run without sleeping. Um, you're probably even if you're an owner operator and don't have to deal with a boss that wants to spy on you. I've heard of similar situations where your insurance company will make it prohibitively expensive if you don't have your insurance company will
Video
want one of
footage.
these cameras. Yes, yeah,
They
to even
want
insure you.
the dash cam shit.
Yep. No, the dash cam, they want to see what you're doing to make sure you're not distracted, checking your phone or route or something when the accident happens so they can avoid
Think
liability.
about it. Men can't have anything. Men can't just drive trucks for a living. Like you gotta be totally surveilled. It's fuck you. Fuck you. I ain't driving a truck for fucking 60, 80 grand a year, never home. And all that money you're gonna make, you're just gonna spend it on fucking McDonald's and prostitutes, and you're not gonna like get ahead.
No, I don't. I it's like it's a frustrating thing too, because
They really try to make it appealing too with the UPS stuff. Oh, they make 200 grand a year.
I mean, the UPS stuff is maybe tolerable, to be honest. Like, when I was doing the Amazon deliveries, the actual deliveries were not so bad. It was just everything else attached to that. They had such an inefficient sorting system. And these people were contracted by Amazon. I couldn't imagine Bezos would actually tolerate such a trash system. But the
Oh,
UPS guys
they
actually
work
seem
them.
like they're
They work
enjoying
those
themselves.
guys, man. Those UPS guys, those package car delivery drivers, they fucking tell you everything you did wrong and what you need to do better every morning the next day. I've known package
Oh,
delivery.
really?
I actually won a package delivery bid in a union when I was in my 20s, early 20s. It didn't work out. I had like some driver fucking bullshit. I had some bullshit on my driving record. I wasn't allowed to be a truck UPS driver. I was like 21 at the time, and then it was the '08 crisis, and the economy went to shit. But fuck, and they don't have a glamorous. They work those guys to death. Like the idea that like, oh, it's just easy, kind of sit back and just make tons of money. That's bullshit. That's not true at all. That's
Well,
so stressful being
yeah,
a
I mean
UPS worker.
that part's a lie, but I think that if you're an ugly guy, you're the biggest benefit to a job like that is not being in a customer service position. You're not you don't necessarily your boss might be grilling you when you're back at the depot, but once you make it out of there, you've got your 8 or 10 hours where it's just you, your packages, and your truck. You don't interact with customers really unless somebody needs to sign for something. You don't have a boss breathing down your neck the whole time. So I think there is some silver linings, but yeah, I don't doubt that, they get the constant wagey
You
pep
know
talk.
why? You know why I lost that driver bid when I was 21?
Why?
I took a coworker home to like North Minneapolis, and the Minneapolis cops fucking nailed me for a speeding ticket when it was like midnight after work or something. And I ended up losing that bid because I was giving people that worked at UPS a ride home. That was fucking bullshit. But I'm not mad. Like, who wants to work for UPS? That's not a good job. And they tell you on television every day.
Yeah, it's sad when that's like what people are considering as the modern milkman is now like the enviable position. That's what you're supposed to aspire to be. Yeah, that or work at a Chipotle.
All right, we got some callers here. I'm gonna just bring all you guys on. Let's try not to talk over each other. That's probably partially or mostly my fault. Here we go. Excess mail. Crusade. Dismal, you guys are live.
What's going on, Thomas?
Oh, just loving life, man. Can't wait to do our next film review. I'm not really ready.
Yeah,
We're gonna do
I,
it.
I got all the time in the world to do films nowadays, man. I think I'm officially unemployable at this point. It's almost safe to say I'm throwing in the towel, man, and I had to pop on here. You guys are bringing up the trucker question. I could go on for a year about this, but I think at least in Canada, it's cooked. Like there's no way you're going to get insured by any company if you have less than 3 years. And again, the boomers and the Jeets are holding the line against me and my cohort. It's like you're not going to get your foot in the door here.
Dismal.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you heard of the Jeep truck drivers cutting holes in the bottom of their trucks to shit through?
Well, they'll cut holes in anything to shit through it, so it doesn't surprise me they're doing that in the truck, right? I'm surprised they're not doing it in their personal. They're probably doing it in their personal vehicles. So I mean,
are you guys familiar with Indian reservations in America?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I live.
We have
pretty
some in
close
Canada.
to one, yeah.
I think we have more than you, to be honest. They're all over the fucking place. The second you leave a city, you're on an Indian reservation. They're unavoidable.
White people built them a bunch of fancy ramblers in some of the reservations where I live. Like white people built their casinos, designed them, funded. Were able to create these abilities for the Indian man to make money for get free money. They have these beautiful nice homes that they were built. They just cut holes in the whole wall of their houses, and they let their horse feed inside the house. They tear them apart, they rip them up. They don't have garbage service, they don't have street signs. It's
love sniffing gas.
They give them everything. White people build them houses and they just destroy them. They rip them apart.
They have a big problem with where I live, the Native Americans basically control like 90% of the illegal cigarettes. And I've been to like these illegal cigarette shops, and I'm telling you, they have stacks and stacks of cash, like stacks of cash, the most money I've ever seen in my life. And they're just a bunch of like a lot of them are just criminals, and they sniff gas and they beat the fuck out of their women, which is kind of funny. But they're like this like noble savage kind of like stereotype. I don't know where it came from, because I've met a lot of them and they just seem, some of them are nice, but
I knew a guy, Crusade. I knew a guy who delivered carpet to these reservations, and his owner and management would explain to him, you had to get out of there. You had to get there at a certain time of day and get out of there before a certain time of day. They're literally passed out drunk in the highway. They'll run them over on accident.
Yeah.
I stayed at a friend's house when I was in like 8th or 9th grade. I did like a sleepover during the summer at his aunt's and uncle's house. They had he asked me if I wanted to come stay at his cabin for like a week in the summer, right? And he was like part native, like 1/4 or something like that. And I didn't know, or I probably wouldn't have agreed to go, but his family was like full native, and they treated me like, they were nice enough, but there was that weird tension because I wasn't like one of them. But what blew my mind is they obviously didn't work. Like there was no like working going on. There's no like even thinking of working, but they had this insane, it must have been like 10,000 square foot, like log cabin, like beautiful place, like on the Shuswap Lakes here. It's like fucking paradise. And this would have been early 2000s before legalization of like marijuana. They had these fucking 10 greenhouses just full of shit that they were growing. And like if you're inviting random like friends over to come like spend a week at your fucking place, the whole municipality must have known what they were doing, and nobody like shut it down at all.
Yeah, anyone who's ever spent any time around these people, they're the most violent, explosive temper, the most low impulse control people on this planet. Like You could take the most low impulse control black, and you wouldn't even hold a candle to the average Six Nations indigenous person. Like even my father, when he was trucking, he told a story once. He had to deliver to one of these reserves, and he was waiting for his load or something like that. It was a bit of a stayover, and he had given a cigarello Colt or whatever. They come in packs of like half dozen or something, and he gave his last one to this native guy that asked for it. And 10, 20 minutes later, a group of them showed up and they said, "Where's mine?" And he's like, "Oh, sorry guys, I don't have any more." Like that was it. They said, "Where's mine?" And they had him pretty much surrounded. And then I guess one of the guys there that was like had rank or whatever, he told them to like fuck off. But he said, yeah, they were gonna cave his head in. Like he was probably moments away from it. I've seen
Yeah,
so many instances like that of these people. Like you don't want to hang around with them because you can be their best friend. There was another story. A kid I went to high school with was native, and I was kind of friends of a friend of his. And his older brother, this guy Don, had a real bad reputation, like a real fighter guy. He'd have these cage fights in bingo halls and shit. And he was telling the story to us about a fight he had gotten into, and he was really acting it out, like he was getting right up in people's face and like kind of reenacting the fight as he's describing it. And one of our friends, he just kind of put his hand on his chest and was like, "Yo, back up a bit, you're spitting on me." And just him doing that, he fed him 3 fucking punches, and this guy went down in a fetal position. We had to pull him off. There's like one of his best friends, he just beat the fuck out of him. Like he didn't care if he broke his jaw, he didn't care if he knocked his teeth out. He probably would have killed him, like just over some shit like that.
yeah, no, like
They're fucking insane,
yeah,
dude. Like nobody can compare to that
you,
demographic.
you know the Highway of Tears
Yep.
Yeah, I do.
or whatever. Um, you know how it's mostly like natives killing their own women?
Yeah, there's like I get lectured all
Yeah.
like there's stuff all like when I was dealing with the court system, right? I'm in waiting rooms, I'm in the like
Shit.
the probation office. There's constant posters up of like native women like with black eyes and
Yeah.
stuff like, "Oh, we can help, like call us." Like but they never say who's doing the abusing. Like
Yeah. Like yeah, the like these people, they just have like they have such a short fuse. I've witnessed some incidents in like downtown. In my downtown area, we have like a lot of like homeless natives or like these crackheads, right? And I've witnessed them just like explode on random people. Like you have to make sure that there's always like a person in between you and in between them. Like you have to make sure that you're not directly next to them, because if they ask you for change and if you say no, there's a chance that they might just fucking like shank you with some stuff.
It's the fact of how quick the discussion can turn from good to like they're trying to murder you, right? Even my
Yeah.
brother, when all the COVID stuff was going on, he told a story too that a guy at his work, my brother mentioned something about like Spanish flu, and this native guy didn't like it for some reason, and he started grilling him. He's like, "Yo, why do you call it that, bro?" And he's like, "I don't know. I thought that's what they called it." And he's like, "No, man, like what, you think we made that shit?" And he started getting really pressed on him. Like they get very intense. And sometimes like you try to de-escalate, it makes it worse with them too. You try to correct yourself, or and then it makes it even worse. They're just, don't even fucking go near those people, man.
they are all so like intertwined like and tribed up. I've never seen anything like it too. I had an argument in my like neighborhood, okay? Because I'm out walking my dogs and I pick up like a cell phone that somebody had dropped, right? And I pick up this cell phone and it's like I had activated like somebody's fucking trap card, because I pick up the cell phone, I look at it, like swipe the screen to see if there's a fucking name on it or anything. And there is, right? The home screen, the lock screen, is a fucking vaccine pass for like some chug S, okay? She looked like an obese Amanda Nunes, but like native, if that makes sense. And no sooner had I swiped that screen, She comes like charging down the fucking street at me, okay? With like, of course, what kind of dog does she have? She has a pit bull, right? Comes running down the street at me, going, accusing me of trying to steal her phone that she left in the fucking sidewalk. Okay? And her dog, like, she actually made the pit bull look civilized with its behavior because the pit bull was like embarrassed by proxy. It didn't want anything to do with her. Like, it was just like avoiding me. And she's screaming in my face about this. And what I said to her is I said, like, I'm not a nigger. I don't steal cell phones. And she went insane, like red in the face, tomato mode, screaming, "Did you just call me a nigger?" And I'm like, no, I said I'm not a nigger. Like, I don't steal cell phones. And I'm standing by like this kind of little like bridge thing, like a concrete like retaining wall. And I set the phone. I told her like I should really like throw this with the way you're acting, right? Like I should just chuck it. And I motioned to throw the phone over like the edge down on the concrete. And I didn't do it. I said, but I won't. And I set it on the fucking railing and walked away. But for like a month after that, every single Indian I ran into, native Indian, it's like they have some kind of telepathic, like
Yeah, hive
shamanistic
mind.
hive mind because I was getting death stares from them. It's insane. And what I've noticed is that so many of our like industrial like buildings, industrial companies have to be built on reservation land because they can't get like zoning laws from our own people. Like if you want to build some kind of like if you want to build a shop that works on semis, it has to be on the reserve. If you want to have like a steel yard or like a junkyard or anything, it all has to be on the reserve. It all has to go there. They're the only people that will give you zoning, but they like own you if you're there. If you go against them at all, they're going to revoke your access to the land. They'll hit you right in the wallet. And every single one of these businesses has a handful of these like tribe members, like native tribe members, not even Jews, that sit there and do absolutely nothing while collecting full paychecks. They just kick their feet up at work and do absolutely nothing, and that's like part of their payment for being given access to the land.
Yeah, no, they have like Jewish level in-group bias or whatever it's called, like in-group yeah, I think it's in-group bias, but yeah, they basically run a like a protection racket or whatever the fucking they have like a monopoly on the land, and that's how they extort most of their money, I guess.
And
Well, they
it's
have a
like
kind
a
of
never ending
sovereignty.
thing. It's a never ending thing too
Yeah,
because they said they sell off land rights. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. They'll trade or they'll sell off rights to land, and then the second you start doing anything with the land, like let's say you find a gold deposit or
they
a
want it
copper
back.
deposit, yes, they want it back. They want a piece of the action, and they go to the libtard like Bleeding Heart
Yeah,
Media. They get the whole thing pumped up. The libtards roadblock any kind of development until they get a fat chunk of cash, and they'll come back and they'll hit the same thing again.
yeah,
They want to be re-upped and made whole every single time any kind of progress is made. It never quits with the appeasement.
They have their own police
Hold up,
forces on
hold up,
those reserves, though, too, don't they?
hold up a second.
yeah, I think so.
Let's we're gonna move on here a little bit. Eschenfelder, I'll bring you back in a second, okay? I got another caller. I'll bring you right back. Oofy doofy detractor, you're live. Go ahead.
I probably have like 10 things to get off my head. I think the first thing is kind of funny. You guys were like dogging on country music. Where I'm from, like
You're that
country music,
Indian fella, aren't you? You're that Indian fella,
yeah.
Indian American from like Texas who's in like the fucking Mamoon server. You think you're super smart. Go ahead.
Wait, why do you presume that I'm intelligent?
I didn't say. I said you think you're smart. Go ahead.
Nah, I never said that. But oh yeah, with the country music thing, because I was at the dentist office and they have this display, and it's basically it'll show some country music song, and what do you notice? It's very like gynocentric. It's like the woman is running the game. There's some like guy who's like a alleged whatever cowboy. He was a Chad, and he's basically like like letting the woman, like burn his car to smithereens and accuse him of cheating and stepping out. And it's all about like some guy who is basically he's crying out, or he's yearning for like some woman that did him wrong to come back. It's like really cocked. I don't know if you've ever like really analyzed some of these like country music films. I mean, not films. It's fucking just stupid as hog slop at this point. And now, like what country music has devolved into, I see it with like on Snapchat, some normies. Basically, I think I don't know who the guy's name is exactly, some Fat Jelly or something of the sort. But basically, a lot of these like shitty like rappers with like face
Jelly
tats.
Roll, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
Jelly
like
Roll.
like 500 pounds. He's the country Dave Blunts.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have guys like Jelly Roll and like guys like Post Malone who, they cut their cloth and whatever, some pop, something of that sort. And now they've basically pivoted over to country. And these normies are eating it up. I see them like going to concerts and whatnot. But anyways, I just think it's overly gynocentric and it's nonsense. But I think the second thing would be directed to Western decline. It was in reference to before he was saying the ethnic men are taking all the prime like white women and whatnot. But then again, he contradicts himself later on and says, "Oh, actually, the attractive white men are the ones taking the cream of the crop, and they have people throwing tail at them." So it's like I don't know which one is it because
Well, there's one. No, it's not a contradiction because you can have both things happening. You can have 10 out of 10 white women throwing themselves at Giga Chads, and at the same time, you can have every other fuckable white woman scooped up in a pay-to-play situation by some kind of imported, like, Indian who. There's so many Indians, and there's so many of them coming into the country, and they're so overwhelmingly male. You're only getting the cream of the crop Indians that are making it into America. They're not sending like the absolute dregs.
I don't know about that because for Canada specifically, I mean, Dismal could probably attest to this. They're a bunch of Jeets, basically. I think Punjabis, and they were outside. What's it called? Those schools in which they get some like tuition or something, and they were complaining that they failed out or they got the tuition cut.
In
And
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
you know
that's
you get.
that's still the best of them.
And dude, you guys even said, or like that basically this is basically a concerted effort by some of these countries, China and India. They don't want these leftover Indians, so they dump them
A lot of these people,
Canada.
you can't assess their status based on how they appear, because a lot of these people
They
have
operate in a
exorbitant.
caste system.
Yes, they come from
No, no.
sugarcane riches.
Let
I
me
know what you're
just
saying. Yeah.
talk. Yeah, I was just about to make that point. Right, a lot of these people from Punjab are rich off of the land alone, and their land just happens to be ripe with sugar cane. Right, and fat American boomers, they love their sugar cane, and we have these tie-ups with these people. I know a girl from Hyderabad, and she can't get into Canada to save her fucking life.
Hyderabad, like was that named
Hyderabad,
after after the water was infected?
yeah. Hyderabad, yeah. No. And yeah, no, it's not like any Indian can just fucking come across and get into Canada. It's Punjabs, and they're probably like, it's probably an exchange for like boomers getting their sugar fix and stuff like that.
They have
That's
they have they have money. They don't have to be smart because like in a country like India, a caste system is not based on IQ. So like
Anybody
you can
born sitting on that
simultaneously be
land,
failing out of your classes while also like yeah, having dad buy your white like slam pig a couple-year-old BMW. Like that
I'm
I
sorry,
see it
but
all the time.
it's like sitting on oil or something. You could have a fucking 80 IQ. If you're sitting on oil, you're rich.
I have
It's
to say something. But a lot of these people don't have money. Like a lot of these people scam their way into Canada. The way they do it is they get a loan and they put it in their bank account. And then when they get the student visa, they have to check that you have money in your account so that you don't have to work or you can't work too much. So what they do is they get the loan, they put it in the account. The Canadian immigration officer, probably an Indian also, so it doesn't even fucking matter. They could probably have zero, they'd still let them in. But they check in the account to see if they have the money. They get into Canada, they get the job, and they work illegally, of course. And then the people back home take the money out of the account and pay back the loan. So that's how a lot of these guys get in.
Yeah, I'm not debating that, but when you have a country of 30 million and you've had 5 million Indian men dumped into the country, even if 80% of them are scamming their way in, the other 20% are financially well off enough to send their kid to another country. Like, how many of our boomer parents would do that for us? Probably not very many. And even introducing 500,000 rich Indian males or a million middle class or upper middle class Indian males into a dating ecosystem is exceptionally lopsided. Even if those guys aren't particularly wealthy, they get to benefit from all these hiring incentives. Their labor is subsidized by taxpayers. Employers have no reason not to hire them. They fulfill quotas and they save them money.
And that's
So
why I
it's
want to
a
loop
job.
back to the trucker. You just touched on that. At some point, I do want to loop back to that and tie it into the trucker
Go
question.
ahead,
But
Dismal, right now. Go ahead.
I was going to go on this big tirade about, like, I had that job interview where it seemed like I had it in the bag, and I went
Can I
out
ask you
and was
something real
kind of,
quick?
yeah,
Dismal?
go ahead.
So you say you're kind of feeling hopeless about the job market, and I can understand that as a anywhere from 25 to 40-year-old white guy applying for jobs. I feel like they're uniquely discriminated against. Maybe I'm like, oh, poor me, victimhood, but I think that's true and accurate. Thing is like, are you doing like Indeed or like Yelp or what are these
So,
sort of,
so I was.
what are
I'm
the,
gonna break this down like really quickly because it would take too long. I don't want to
go ahead.
I don't want to make myself like center stage. But I was doing that, yeah. And then I went to a career center and I talked to a woman who was surprisingly helpful. She gave me some advice. She said I should be personally writing cover letters and getting in touch with people through emails and stuff. And I've been doing that. I've been writing, taking like 1 hour to apply for each job, writing out high effort cover letters, going through
What I was
the
going to ask
requirements of the job,
Dismal, Dismal, what I was going to ask you is like
doing background research on the
wait,
company and
Dismal,
stuff.
you do like the Indeed.com. That's kind of like, don't you have like a friend of a friend or an uncle or somebody in your kind of social
This
circle?
is why, Thomas, this is why I don't, right? And it's because I have a very waspy, extremely small family, right? And even at that, my father's, fallen out with his family over like boomers tend to do, right? So it's even smaller than it would naturally be because of how disagreeable we are. And I was saying, like, this, I got a text back from this company, to make a long story short, and they said, we decided to go on and we're not gonna hire you at this time. Thanks for coming out. And I was thinking, man, like, do Packies do this to each other? No, they don't. They just throw the guy the key and they're like, here you go, Sarjeet, like, good luck. But white guys will, they'll like hold each other to the letter of the fucking law, man. It's like, oh no, you swung that corner too wide, Bucko. Like, thanks for coming out.
You know
And
what's
yeah,
funny, Dismal?
it's just crazy, dude. It's fucking insane.
Dismal, when you say wasp, like the connotation of it means like some sort of like familial connection slash nepotism. Like they talk about like with Jeets, they're like the top caste, the Hindus, they have nepotism. With Hispanics, they know people for the union. Blacks have DEI, etc. And Jews, obviously, they have nepotism. But it sort of ties in with like white slash Jewish nepotism. They have like they go through like legacy admissions. So basically, what it is, like here, for example, they'll have some family members or parents or the progenitors, their grandparents. They go to some like state school, some party school like OU or OSU, and it starts. It's like a hand me down like thing throughout the family. And basically, since they had past people that had paid tuition and whatnot, basically they get into the college, and then from there they have all these like alma maters, all these connections that ends them getting like seated in these like good investment banker jobs when these guys really didn't earn it off merit. Like all these frat kids, you can see them, they're like not that
Yeah,
bright. Yeah.
there's a wasp elite class like the Kennedys or whatever. But if you're not that, right? My family weren't like dick washers back in Scotland. They weren't noblemen, but they were somewhere in the middle. When we came here to the new world, we
You just
lost
knew
all of that.
people.
Like,
Yep.
a lot of the slate was wiped clean, and we had like neo local residencies. We didn't have patrilocal, like we didn't have multi-generational homes, and the reason for this is that neo-locality, where like neither the man moves in with his wife's family nor does she move in with his, but they take a third residency. Now you have mobility, so people had this like, just go west. If it's not good here, like pick up, pack your bags, pick up and go mentality. But we have no more room anymore. And then you could still see my family doing this. They're like, oh, we need to go to the East Coast. We need to go like over here to the prairies. Like they still have this kind of wayward mentality. They're not, and a lot of these like white peoples, like my family, they would rather fucking have their genetic line die than to have a multi-generational home because they love space so much. If you have four white people in one house, if they're all of driving age, that house has four vehicles. They would rather buy you a car than share theirs with you. And I'm fucking sick of it, dude. Like, to be honest, man, it's hard not to just fucking hate white people. And this doesn't mean that, like, someone like you is going to get me on their side or whatever, or fucking these Jews and, oh, we're bedfellows. No, we're not. But that doesn't mean that I don't have a gripe to pick with white people. And Pat,
I hate specifically old whites and like most white women. Like those two demographics. The only demographic I really relate to is like economically disadvantaged white guys
Well, that's the
below
problem,
a
guys.
certain age.
Pat's
Wait, in
right. And,
reference,
and the one thing,
well,
Pat is 100% right, man. Like, whites with any kind of money, they fucking hate me. And they're going to maybe act like in the racial interest, but they'll never overtly state it. And
No, and
they'll put
that's
their
the
boot
problem.
they'll put their boot on my neck for
Dismal, you're totally right in that white people with money, they or company or run corporation or companies or have a business, they would rather hire the non-white than you. It's fucked up.
or if they do hire a white, they're going to hold you to the letter of the fucking meritocratic law, right? And it's like I even brought this up in another chat I was in, and some Wignat woman from fucking Ozarkia or whatever, she was defending it. She's like, "Oh, white people have standards. That's why." It's like, yeah, okay, man. What good are your standards if this is where the fuck they've gotten you?
No standards for the
Well,
women.
and Dismal,
Yeah,
I second that sentiment, and I think
we
Pat's criticism of whites has been on point a lot, and yours as well. And I don't want to sit and trash on whites, but at the end of the day, I mean, I've got millionaire white people, family members, and why do I have to work? Every not every, but a lot of white people literally have family members. They're millionaires, and you're supposed to do the whole like
I have
Dave
a dude.
Busey.
I have a white niece, or my father had a white niece on his side of the family that was comfortable taking 20% of his estate away from his children, and that whole side of the family didn't have any issue with it.
and dude, this people
That's
saying
all white
here, oh,
people. I got robbed by a white bitch on the other side of my family of what was supposed to be my inheritance.
like Gran and
yep,
Torino, basically.
they're the boot on my neck. If I look back at the review of my life, it's always been some fucking white guy that's like holding me to some unreasonable standard. Well, fucking Sarji just slips below the radar and gets in the truck on his first day in Canada. He's driving a big rig.
I had the same problem when I was at a grocery store. I worked through my break. You're supposed to take a break every 3 or 4 hours. My shit like got there late. I wanted to finish it all because it's like frozen or refrigerated goods that have to get in a cooler. So I'll take a break when like a break lines up with me being tired. And I had a white boomer manager walk past me while I'm sitting there scrolling my phone after like busting my ass through my break, tell me it's not fucking break time. And I just about like snapped on him at that moment. When I was detailing cars, I had another white boomer manager, and this guy was so fucking passive aggressive. When I'd be in the fucking vehicle with him, he'd tilt his phone and show me his wife fucking sending him texts about their date night.
Dude, I've had
Every fucking weekend I'd come in there and I'd have to detail cars from the used car lot that he put a fucking dealer plate on and went and joyrided around with the kids and the wife in all weekend. I had already fucking detailed these things. I got to do them again because his kid dumped fucking Cheerios in the back seat.
I remember I had a job, you guys, probably 10, 15 years ago. I was working in some, I don't know, shitty warehouse or something. And this immigrant homie is like showing me his phone and he's like, "Hey, look at this, Thomas." And he's showing me big BBC, white girl anal porn on his phone. And like, how do you even react to that? Because if you say something, you'll probably get fired.
Thomas, can I say something about that? Like, you know how I have something to say about like the porn addiction, and you know how I see a lot in media. Most like gooners are represented as uh like smelly like whites, but in reality, most the most porn addicted races are like blacks and Indians, and this is shown in statistics with them watching the most and consuming the most porn, and you can see it in their jokes. Um, I can't remember, but I think an example is this streamer or like a lot of black people I've seen online. They seem to be obsessed with like it's like if they need to mention BBC or a low tier god, and every single fucking time he's like BBC this, and also Arabs like these people come from places where uh like male sexuality is it just is extremely degenerate. They just like nutting everywhere, and it's the same with Arabs and semen. Like in the Quran, Muhammad has semen everywhere. He's like nutting everywhere on his shirt. He's nutting over himself. Like it mentions this multiple times in the Quran with
So fucked up, Crusade, when you mention this, because it's like you think of like a chronic masturbator or a serial killer, and it's a white guy in your mind. Everyone living in the West, oh, it's the white guy that does all these things. It's
I
literally
imagine Indians, but yeah.
no, but the average normie thinks that the white guy is jerking it too much and killing people
Yeah.
when it's literally not that. It's not the case.
Do
I
you
mean, on
guys know?
Twitter, it's all the self-professed gooners are all white, so it's like a hobby now. So especially on Reddit, it's only like they have these gooner Reddits of these goon caves, and it's always like a white hand with like these five
Yeah,
monitor setups and all this porn.
but like those
How does
people,
that
at least they're
line up?
self-aware.
Yeah, but how does that line up with white privilege? Do you think these guys would be just gooning all day long if they had access to women?
I mean, you can
So
analyze
like
their wrist. You can
if all
analyze their wrist,
if
and
all
their wrist
the
kind of
point
fat. Their
but
wrists are huge.
the point is if all the gooners are white, then how powerful is just be white?
But I mean, this
Mustn't
is
be very powerful.
but this is extreme degeneracy. They have like five monitor setups, man, and there's BBC porn also. So it's like
Yeah, well,
again, it's like
all the BBC posters on
Are
4chan, like
fucking
what
Jewish.
they're Jewish, they're Indians, or they're Eurasian tiger, or they're like I'm sure there's some like white like LGBT type like people doing it as well, but like
That's a
I don't
great
think
point.
that.
Western Decline, you're making a great point. You saw some hand on a social media site about gooning, and it looked like a white guy. That's not Anglo. That's Northwestern. That's not Irish or British or
so we're gonna start splitting
Scandinavian.
hairs over what's white and not.
Well, my point is like white people aren't. You can't lump them all in one big
But
camp. Just like
it doesn't even matter if they're white because it doesn't line up with the statistics on who watches most porn. Maybe they're just the most outspoken, but a lot most
Yeah,
it,
white
it,
men
it
just overachieving in the masturbation department. Like,
let me
watch me, I can goon 5 monitors at once. I'll do it all day long.
I have one last thing to say. Have any of you heard about African dry sex? This is another example of just fucking like degeneracy.
Is this like the
what is
Mormon
that?
thing?
No. Okay, African dry sex is Africans don't like wet pussy. Okay, so you know what they do? They put sand in the woman's pussy, and this is why they all get AIDS, because the sand causes tears inside of the woman's fucking vagina, and it spreads AIDS.
God, how do you know all this shit?
This is a real thing.
Why would the women tolerate that? That would hurt like hell, wouldn't it?
I mean, the women have no choice. Like, you look at them, like the whole like big like plates in their lips and shit. Like those tribes intentionally make their women ugly to stop the other tribes from wanting to rape them.
All
Like
right,
it's not.
everybody stop.
Jeez.
Oofy doofy. You're I think you're on like your third out of 10. I'll let you get one more. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
one more. All right. So, what's with the what's it called? You said basically you touched on there's traders within like the white camp. I think it should be brought up within under the umbrella of Wignats. So basically people want to say, or like Wignats want to say, hey, we're all in this together, like a racial consciousness under like our skin tone. But ultimately, you get backstabbed or you get hamstrung by boomers that hold the line, and they basically would rather choose like an ethnic as a shouting for a spite because they don't want to get usurped, or yeah, you have situations like this. So what do you have to say towards that? And also the classism aspect of rich like wasp looking down on the
I don't
pros.
even think boomers would necessarily in all cases choose a non-white. They would rather choose nothing, almost like a lot of women. If they can't like get Chad, they'd just be alone. Like this company that turned me away, and I performed damn well on that assessment. Um, they didn't hire anybody. They're still like, man, we can't find anyone. We just can't find people. Like they're not hiring a
But what do you
non.
have to
They're
say
just
about
not
that? There's
hiring.
a one instance where there was these Haitians that were like, basically they came to Ohio or something, and then this owner of this like a machinery shop, he even said himself, like on camera, I rather hire these Haitians over the right populace in the immediate vicinity because they show up to work, they're not like high on some sort of like fentanyl or something like that, and they work efficiently at this low rate. So at the end of the day, for these low jobs, I mean, they're gonna
It's
prefer
all
these
well
these
and
these
good.
ethnics because
It's
they're
it's
just
all it's all well and good depending on the skill and competence required for the job. Like this place that I was going to, it was a trucking job, but it was specialized. There was a crane on the truck. Okay. It was one of those trucks with a crane attached to it. And it was all white people that worked here. He took me through a walk through the warehouse. There wasn't a chocolate face on the premises. And it was because there was a higher barrier to entry for what, and so they couldn't hire a Jeep. It just, that's okay when you need them to like drop off in a Tim Hortons parking lot or
Right.
whatever. Here's your coffee. They're not driving a fucking crane.
Oofy
That's
doofy.
not a
yo.
thing.
Last thing towards
No,
Dismal,
wait
bro.
up, wait up. Oofy doofy. You brought up the whole white thing, and yeah, Europeans are their own worst enemy. So what? Like that was weak. We'll give you one more. Hurry up.
All right, so I think one time I loaded up Twitter, Dismal mentioned me. It was actually under this tweet, and he was like, "Oh, your Twitter has devolved into anti-white hate." But the funny thing is, it's under like this tweet of this guy named Vitruvian. I know Western clients familiar
Yeah,
with him,
yeah. I don't know how
and
to use Twitter properly. I said I tagged the wrong guy. I meant to tag you because I didn't check up with like you and Liberate for a while. I kind of forgot you guys existed, and I don't go on X very much. And when I popped back in, it was you all had these like mask off, almost like you had just horseshoed into like plain Jane PC woke with the anti-whiteism. Yeah, it wasn't even like a nuanced spin on it. It wasn't clever. It was just like dorky Jewish kind of propaganda. And I just said, huh, it's funny how, since you guys kind of ran all the big brains out of your little server, you
Oofy
guys have
doofy.
just kind of been posting porn ever since.
Oofy doofy detractor. Like, what's your contention with me and Western Decline? Like, we do these streams. Like, you seem to have some sort of real.
nah, it's not a contention. I just see the contradiction of people like Dashboard, who basically you guys look up to when he says attractive white men have it the worst, or attractive men have it the worst, and you guys say something of the opposite. Just minor stuff like that, where I point contradictions. But anyways, that tweet that Dismal was replying to, that basically the guy who's doing, you know how like basically in the movie of The Matrix, in the beginning, you see all these like guys in a this clean cut attire like walk past, and then I think Morpheus, he says these people are slaves, and I think that in the tweet the guy was basically saying that it was in reference to what inspired it was like it was some press conference in the White House.
The tweet I replied to had no relevance. That was just me throwing a dart at the board. I had quickly scrolled like the entirety of your X channel, and then I just arbitrarily picked that post, and I tagged the wrong guy in it because I'm a boomer. I don't know how to use X, but No, it had nothing to do with the post in question. I just said, huh, it's funny how ever since, I checked in last, you're mask off with it. Like
And
you're not even.
Yeah, I don't know what
by
tweet
the way,
what you were
Oofy Doofy,
referencing specifically, but I don't know.
by the way, Oofy Doofy, like the whole, oh, you guys fucking.
It's spiteful. Like I don't agree with like a lot of what Dashboard or Thomas say, dude. But like
Dude, I referenced one of your what you called it was you and some other guy. You basically said whites are their own worst enemy, and then basically it was like Condro, that French dude who said, if you have
yeah,
basically
but
like a festering wound.
just because whites are their own worst enemy doesn't mean that I like fucking Jeets aren't repugnant and Jews aren't repugnant to me. It's not like
Yeah,
either or.
yeah, it's understandable, but then it's like the white boomers that went along with it, the Hart Seller Act and et cetera, et cetera. So
I
I'm
think
a me
boomers are
nationalist, dude. I'm a me supremacist. I don't
All
give
right,
a fuck, man. Like
here's the thing, guys. This everybody obsesses with me and Western Klein and I. We talk about, we mentioned Dashboard, and nobody's like perfect, or he's like, oh, he didn't get something wrong. He's like one of the most interesting people to ever be on YouTube. So what are you talking about? Like,
no, I'll cover his point. Basically, he's saying that basically the media or the white men currently, he's portrayed as some like patriarchal like menace to society, and therefore like any resemblance to him, being the ubermensch or whatever, is basically frowned upon, and women don't want that. And
That's correct.
basically Western Klein is saying that basically you have these three tiers of you have the dysgenic guys at the bottom rung that have women, you have the guys in the middle who are basically bottlenecked, and then you have the most attractive men like winning. But Dashboard has it sort of flipped around in which he doesn't believe the attractive men are getting like anything, they're getting zilch, and some other
I mean,
guys like Polka.
he does, but he doesn't phrase it that way. Like if you listen to him, he'll admit that like effeminate like soy guys, like your e-boy types, are doing very very well. Like
Some of these soy, they're not soy, man.
they are soy, dude. Like the sort of guys that are flourishing, they're not like even who's the guy that used to do the gym moggings?
Jeff Side,
The gym moggings, the guy who went insane when he started going bald, like
Connor
Oh,
Murphy.
yeah,
How is that guy not masculine? But I don't understand.
yeah,
Connor
but
Murphy.
yeah, that's the point. He is masculine, and what did he get? He got some street interviews where women performatively like licked his abs or something.
Dude, you really think?
I never seen him dating some woman that was like insanely attractive.
Okay, this is
No,
something
no
that.
woman that ever made me go, holy fuck, dude, I need to switch places with this guy. He's doing the best. I
You don't think he
routinely
was into dating limbo?
every other day, some 50,000 viewer TikTok kid has hotter women, dude. I scroll my YouTube shorts and I see like clown maxed like guys that are just like, he's so silly, he's goofy, and he's cute, that have like hotter girls than anybody on this stream has ever had.
It's like
You don't
sketch
think that
with
guy
that.
was in a dating limbo? And again, this is this thing with the dashboard. He says the scientific method, or whatever.
all right, Oofy Doofy, I'm so sick of you being like a nitpick and just having this, like, I don't know, like personal grudge. Like,
Wait, no, it's not a grudge. I'm having a conversation.
like, you're nitpicky. Like, Dashboard's not perfect. So what? The guy's
No. It's not about dashboard. This is I'll have a conversation. I'm being like intellectually honest here. Basically, it's something about the scientific method he posits of when you have, like, say, there's a guy, right, and he could be having discreetly relations with a woman, but if you don't see him publicly with a
dude,
woman with hands, then
you're here on this panel talking out of pure genetic envy. Like I
dude,
hear
what?
these
This is a
voice
straw
clips.
man.
No, it's not, bro, because I hear these voice clips people send me of you mocking my audiobook channel. You're mocking my wife. You won't say that shit
Wait,
here,
your
dude.
wife? Dude, I never talked about your spouse. I swear to God.
Yeah, you didn't do an impression of her. Oh, come here, read Mifford say it. I
Okay,
heard your ass, dude.
all right, I
Yeah,
got it. You
see, you
got it.
won't
What?
even admit it now, bro. You have this
No,
big brown chip on your shoulder.
dude.
You're ripe with genetic envy. I'm here for these ideas, dude. I don't agree with everything fucking Kessler says or Dashboard says,
No,
but
it's
I
not an
don't.
attack on him.
I'm
Like,
not trying to. I'm not trying to see these guys fucking demise like at a personal
no, it's
level.
not a demise.
You and
Whatever.
Liberate and all the fucking kikes in that server that thought that they could fucking piggyback on my arguments because you guys aren't fucking smart enough to formulate them yourselves, and you thought that you could fucking take a ride on my wagon because I'm saying anti-white shit. That doesn't
Dude,
mean I'm pro you, dude. You're a fucking
dude, I'm not. It's
Do the
dude. You're
fine.
a
blacks on, do
brown
the blacks
dog,
on
bro.
the plantation that call out like the Uncle Toms? Are they like? Are they anti their own race? Like, because it's the same kind of thing. Like, boomers are the Uncle Toms on our plantation. You know, like the thing where you're discussing about the boomer preferring to hire the Haitians. The boomer thinks he's entitled to having cheap labor. Now, like that's the problem. The boomer's behavior is being enabled from like above. The boomer wouldn't be able to do that in like a sensible situation, but instead his own greed and like moral moral lack and incompetence have pushed him to act that way. Boomers really think that they're like the movers and the shakers of industry and that they're pushing the country forward and they're entitled to have all this essentially slave labor. White people are used to a higher quality of living. They want what their parents had for far less work. And rather than being able to hold the line on that, we have all the third world being imported here. And then people turn around and go, well, you know, you're anti-white if you criticize these boomers that are importing these people. No, like we're ousting the boomers. Like the boomers are the Uncle Toms, they're the Uncle Moshis. Like they need to go.
What do you think about the frat nepotism aspect for like the bullshit jobs or whatnot when they have they have like these spreadsheets that they can do and they're not really doing a real job and basically those guys would you consider them like eugenic? Like I remember one time you said this is a football athlete and he's with the prom queen. Would you consider that eugenic, or you think there'd be some average guy who's like not maybe average in looks, he's really intelligent, it's preferable for him to have this bullshit job so he can
I don't know.
reproduce.
There's not enough information. It could be and it couldn't be. You know, does the football athlete does he have top grades as well? In
Usually they don't go in tandem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that's what we have now. So we have like this. We have the veneer of eugenics, but we don't actually follow it through on anything but
It's a
Yeah,
great
like
point.
carnal
yeah,
Great
you're
physical
right.
point.
attraction.
The fact is they would have just pencil whipped Dismal into a job. They wouldn't even have trained him or had any paperwork filed if they actually wanted to hire him. That's the fact of life.
And
It's not
he's not trying to get some like desirable air conditioned office job where he like plays fucking
I've gotten 2 job offers in the past 2 months, pretty much. One of them was to drive a street sweeper in one of the worst cities in fucking North America for $20 an hour. The same thing that a fucking Jeep makes to put a fucking coffee into a cup, and they can't even get that right without
put Hep
spreading
C into the
hepatitis.
cup. Yeah.
Without even spreading hepatitis, and fucking or else what? Like I think somebody offered me 16 hours a week to do like toilet cleaning. I've been to university. Who the fuck else here has? You know what I mean? It's
all right.
ridiculous.
Hey,
All right.
Dismal, do you think it's a mistake in hindsight to go to university if you don't have like the exact like connections to get you where you want to be? Like in hindsight.
Nepotism is king. That's it.
All right, I got to kick Oofy, and Oofy Doofy,
Thank God.
he's a strange fella, but and sometimes he actually does ask a good question, but you whiffed tonight, Bucko. You whiffed big. You brought nothing. Oh, my dashboard. She's not perfect. Okay, whatever, dude. Excess mail. You've been waiting a long time. Do you have a question, a comment? Do you want to drive a
Can you
conversation?
pull Eichenfelder back up?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah, bring him back. Yeah, and then the party can really start. Well, I just want to say fuck Dave Ramsey. You mentioned him earlier. I just had to get that out of my system. So, Dismal, with your situation, it sounds not great. So, like, what do you think you are going to do?
I almost don't want to say this on here. I was almost thinking about joining the fucking forces, man. And I'm
Are
not
you
even joking. Like,
serious? Oh my
I'm dead
God.
serious.
I
I'm
don't.
to the point now, man. I can't get a job to save my fucking life. I couldn't probably get volunteer work at this point. Like I couldn't get work where I'm not even being compensated.
Are you?
I don't know. I don't know if it's because like this Trump thing. I don't know if that's like weighing on these boomers' mind in the hiring process. I don't know if it's. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but
I think it is, because if you look at those pictures of the like, I don't know if you guys have been following the fucking Canadian nonsense, but like if you look at the turnout, there's this cringe like faux grassroots movement that's being astroturfed of this elbows up Canada, like we're not gonna get bullied by United States, we're gonna stand up for ourselves, and the only people showing up to these kind of protests are like retarded white boomers that have been waiting for their Vietnam protest type moment where they can have some kind of like social impact for no reason. You know,
They-
by
it's so
every
corny.
conceivable metric, the young people of this country, their own race, would be doing better if they just became American. Anything that made this country Canadian has been like flushed down the street with all the street shitters. There's nothing left here. And that's when boomers come out to defend it. So it wouldn't shock me if they at all suspect you of any kind of like right leaning. Like, you might have to do this gay like elbows up Canada maxing. Maybe you next time you apply to the job, you wear some fag boomer hat that says Canada is not for sale. You know,
My
and you
brother, dude, my brother told me he overheard a conversation between two boomers at a McDonald's where the guy was saying he wasn't going to buy the meat because it came from the States or something like that. You're literally eating at a goy feed station, and it's like we're going to boycott this meat. Like we'll eat the fries, but yeah, no,
Oh, and
fuck
I'm
Trump.
supposed to vote Republican. I might fucking lose my job because of the tariffs with Canada.
yeah, it's like
Unreal.
it's this fake and gay like buy Canada only. Like shut the fuck up, you're a fucking faggot.
Does Canada have strong unions?
Nah,
No, okay.
I was recently
everything's gay and fake.
I
Because
was in a like a liquor shop, like an LCBO, and they had removed all of the American liquor. So
Yeah,
They
Canada
walked
doesn't have
that back a
any.
little bit already. They couldn't even manage it for 2 weeks. Now they've already gone back on the American liquor thing. Now they've brought back to the stores American liquor that's packaged in Canada. That's allowed again. They'll walk back all of it eventually.
yeah, next thing they'll say, oh, it's not packaged in Canada, but it's sold in Canada. That's
Yeah.
well, Trump seems to be a little wishy-washy on the whole tariff thing anyway. He keeps saying, oh, we're going to slap tariffs on them unless they do this, and then we won't slap tariffs on them, or instead of 25%, it'll be 10%. I think that fucker's got dementia.
No, I think it's a negotiating tactic. I think it's a negotiating tactic, and he has to show that if he doesn't get what he wants, he's not afraid to actually like put the tariffs on them.
Nothing could be more clear to me than that the state just wants me to rope. There's nothing there. There's no like, oh well, if all else fails, I'll just go do this. Nope. They're just trying to lead you into a rope. It's very obvious. Like all roads lead to rope in Canada. Like there's
Well, didn't
nothing.
they legalize it?
Well,
Yeah, they
You
have
go to like the
made.
suicide pod. Yeah, that's what I thought. You got like the suicide pods up there or something.
Was it is Sun News Australian? Am I thinking of that correctly?
Probably, yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
They published a news article on March 23rd titled "Incels Vote to Make Others Suffer, Seek Free Money, and
Oh
Easy
yeah,
Sex,
you.
Study Reveals." And like, this is exactly how I feel politically. Like, I'm agreeing with them for the wrong reasons. Like, I'm not even pro-Trump. I'm pro people I don't like suffering. And that's
Yep.
all I want to see at this point. I don't think my life's going to get any better, but I want to see like all these people have as miserable a time as possible. I want to see boomers like stripped of their country. I want to see them subjugated as like a redheaded stepchild of a state. that is just like disrespected and mocked.
I
Like
want
they try to boo at sports games. Like these are the same people that never said a fucking thing about, you know, racism, no racism in my football posters and all this other shit. Now
Yeah.
they want to boo about America every time there's a fucking hockey game and they're playing Americans. These people are faggots.
Yeah, it's they will defend Canada until their last soldier. Like they will basically like Japanese style suicide attack in defense of Canada if the United States wants to do anything against it. When you let in millions and millions of Arabs, blacks, and Dindus and poop gooks, no one is. They will just let them walk all over them. They will do nothing.
Tim Hortons.
Civic nationalism, it's actually less gay to just be a faggot than to be a civnat, because at least you have some kind of, at least the gay community has like a will to power.
Yeah.
Boomer
Yeah.
civnats are just like, it's just this blank slate theory of like anyone can make it, and if you're not making it, you're lazy.
And anyone can be Canadian. Anyone can be American.
Can I ask you guys a question? A dumb question, or like a boring, simple question. Western Klein, I interrupted you though. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say Canada has like no culture already. Like, what do you have? You have hockey and Tim Hortons. Like that's literally it. Like you get ostracized as a Canadian if you don't watch the stickball. People won't talk to you at work. That's literally all they talk about. It's the grilling, did you catch the game nonsense in every single one of these fluoride stares that you interact with. And Tim Hortons in particular, like, has absolutely just been like taken over by Jeets. Like they conquered 50% of the cultural export of this country. And hockey is like going the same way. You know, you see these news articles about hockey being too white, and they're going to try and do something about it. You have blacks invading the sport. You're going to have all these people.
Did you see that one black hockey player that did like a windmill kick on the white hockey
player?
Yeah,
he sliced the guy's neck open.
Yeah, and then they said,
he murdered the guy. He didn't slice his neck. He murdered the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he died? I thought the guy lived. Shit.
Yep, and the first thing that happened is his whole team came out and said, you know, it was a total accident. We don't blame him for kicking the guy in the neck with a knife on his foot. Yeah, total accident.
No, that was clearly on purpose, and but they have to take the anti.
Crusade. I couldn't watch it. I refused to watch it. I saw a couple of like screen snaps of it, and I'm like, I ain't gonna. I couldn't do it, man.
He should have been beaten to death right there on the ice. They should have done the same thing to him. Held him down and just stomped on him.
I guarantee you, if it was the other way around, they would have thrown the other guy in jail.
I only know of 3 professional black hockey players that ever existed. The one guy is the guy that we're talking about. Another one, he was the guy. I think he came up behind a dude and used his stick like a baseball bat and hit him, and he hit him in the head. And then the third guy, he died in like a boating wreck, not far from where I live, because he was pissed drunk and he was whipping around in the lake with no lights on in a boat. In the middle of the night, and he hit rocks.
I think he went under a bridge and he fucking hit the like the concrete support.
Yeah, legit. And those are the only 3 like professional hockey players that ever I know of, anyways.
All of them are like extremely low IQ, low impulse control. But I want to like go back to the civic nationalism point. Civic nationalism is like one of the cringiest things that I've ever been a witness to. It's like, listen, like I'm not white. I know that I'm not, like, I live in Canada, but obviously I'll never be like Canadian, you know. But I find it extremely cringe when you have like these fucking Indians, and you have like what is it, like the People's Party of Canada or something, like the PPC, and they're like, you have like we are Canadians, sir. We are Canadians, sir. No more, like, they just, it's so cringe, and it's such bad optics, and it's just disgusting.
There's a clip of Singh, which is like one of the liberal like Jeet leaders from this country, and they've got him standing outside of like some kind of blue collar factory, And you can just the blue collar guys are like getting off work, and you can just guess as the guys walk out of the building which of these fags are going to come over and like shake his hand and chat him up. If it's like a low testosterone looking like white boomer, he fucking runs over because, oh, I got to interact with this politician. I love my heckin' brown people. Yeah. And every single guy that looks like he stands up while he takes a piss looks at the camera, looks at the Jeet, and fucking scurries off screen. They don't want to be seen with him. And it's the dividing line of age groups. All these old boomers are like fucking pro-Indian completely. My mom complains about them fucking driving on the street and everything. Meanwhile, she eats fucking butter chicken and naan bread once a week.
Pedovan, you got to change your handle. I can't let you on with that handle, Bucko.
I've got a theory about the boomers too.
I'd love to hear it.
I think what's lending to their what's going on here? The pharmaceuticals keeping boomers alive and allowing them like testosterone replacement, any sort of steroids, and then Viagra has allowed 60, 65-year-old men to compete in the sexual marketplace against 25-year-old men, and that has completely destroyed the natural aging process. Boomers always looked at their kids as competition, but now because they can pop half a dozen pills, they can extend that past what would have naturally been possible. A lot of these people would have already been dead if it wasn't for a handful of pills they could take. So I think a large part of, I think it's deliberate. I really do think the boomers are doing everything they can out of spite to burn the world because they had to grow old in it, which is why I agree with Western Decline. Anything I can do to spite the boomers, I'm doing it.
Well, yeah, of course. Why not?
If you want to do the screen sharing, I've got that clip of Singh. And look at the people that are okay with this and are supporting this guy. Imagine being a Canadian and this is who you think you're going to vote for. Like, look at the sort of people. Ethnics taking pictures with. Look at their waiting here. They're like vultures trying to like force him to interact with the white working class.
I wonder how he'd react if somebody said, "Well, sir, I wonder what you're going to do to help young white men out."
Look at this guy sprint out of here, okay? Retarded boomer shaking his hand, making merry. This guy looks disgusted. He just wants to get home from his wage cucking.
What is with that disgusting fucking like headdress thing they always wear?
Yeah, here's the, you were talking about unions earlier, right? Look at who's ahead of the union here. We love our Jagmeet Singhs. We love our based Indians. And that's all it is. It's like repeat. That guy looks like he thinks it's a fucking joke. Like, are you filming me while I talk to this guy right now? They showed him shaking this guy's hand like 5 fucking times already. Look at this guy here, gonna walk right past him and ignore him. Everyone that doesn't look totally soyed out completely ignores this retard.
It looks like minorities and boomers, and that's it.
This guy's gonna be like a leader in the Canadian political arena.
Yeah. This is where we're at. We're
Canada's
at UK levels.
Shit.
Yes.
Holy fuck.
And meanwhile, boomers are going elbows up. Canada, Singh is just as Canadian as the rest of us. We gotta come together. And this guy's talking as if he represents Canada. He's gonna thwart the United States' attempts to turn us into a state.
He's buddy with Trudeau. Yeah.
Well, look at the boomers' cultural icons. It's people like Hugh Hefner. I mean, boomers have always looked up to the most degenerate people out there. Either that or they think they're John Wayne incarnate.
And we had a small flash in the pan where Pierre Polivet, the based conservative guy that dabs on reporters, the guy who gets up on stage and declares that he's so proud to be a goy from the prairies that has made it this far. He was leading in the polls for a very small period of time, allegedly, and then Trudeau substitutes himself out for Carney. And immediately the polls are, oh yeah, we love our Carney. Carney's the best. Pierre Poilievre sidelined. I don't care because they're both gay, but it's the elections here make like the 2020 election seem like fair and balanced and completely unrigged. Nothing here is genuine or legitimate.
I seen this picture today someone shared with me right before I got in here, and it was Mark Carney, I guess the Liberal guy, and he's on the streets of Toronto, and he's got his arm around like a Jeep in each arm, and they're taking a picture in front of a pissed-soaked wall, like some fucking crackhead just pissed on the wall, like. And they say, yeah, this is Canada in one picture. Some libtard hugging Jeets in front of a fucking wall that a fentanyl addict just pissed on. It's
yeah, no, that does sum it up. Where's that other clip? I gotta pull that other one up too, with the strangulation. That one was fucking funny. That really illustrates the state Canada is in.
Yeah, the amount of fentanyl zombies shuffling around the streets is incredible these days too. I mean, they're on every street corner where I live.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
It's not.
Yeah, there's just pissing shit everywhere. It's just pissing shit everywhere in Toronto, Ottawa.
Yeah, this is I grew up in this province. If you can share screen again, sorry, I shouldn't have closed it. But this is what Calgary looks like. Like Alberta is supposed to be like the least ethnic part. Like Alberta are the people that actually want to leave Canada, like they want to secede. And this is one of the two major cities in Canada. And look at this fucking place. No white people anywhere to be seen. The majority of the signs aren't even in English. The guy filming doesn't speak English. The reactions to this were full of women saying like, "How come nobody's coming to protect her?" And like her own men aren't even fucking doing anything. You got 10 Jeep males standing around not doing anything while some like fent zombie crackhead like runs over and starts throating her. Like,
most white people are like resigned to their houses now too. Even when you go out to a Costco or any kind of like poor fag shopping center, sometimes you can be the only white person out of 100 people in the establishment, and it's like, I don't know, are white people just like ordering everything to their home now? I know Western, you mentioned that you just ordered. Oh, yeah. So like, I think that's, you might almost be in the majority at this point. Like, I just don't see other white people when I take the subway, when I take, it's way more than the demographics would indicate, right? Like,
collective.
Even if we're only a third, even if whites are only a third, when you go to a Costco or you go on like Toronto Transit, whatever, it's like way less than 1 in 3. You're talking 1 in 10, 1 in 15, 1 in 20 people are white. Like, are they just hiding? Are they just like hiding under the porch? Like, where?
When I go to my local Costco, it's mostly white. Like, I've gone with like my friends to their houses, and they're like I kind of live near like the edge of a city, and whenever we go to their houses or just I hang around with them, they all live in small towns which are like 100% white. I don't think I saw one Jeet, so I think it may be just where you live.
Yeah, it could be just regional relativism strikes again, but yeah, no, I think in places like that, whites when they can't white flight anymore, they'll just room rot. They'll be like, all right, well, we can't flee any further. I'm just gonna room rot now. Like, they will not face diversity.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Or they give into the degeneracy, and you see them out on the streets hooked on.
Yeah, Crusade. Did I hear it right? Did you say that you play some game called Hatred every day? What is that?
Uh,
Oh, the
it's basically a
murder
game
simulator.
where you play as like a super edgy like mass shooter, and he runs around, he starts like killing people, and then your goal in the game is to make it to a nuclear reactor where you blow up the whole city.
And you like this game?
Yeah, I like that game, and I like Postal, but
Postal's good. Yeah.
yeah, those are like the
Do you
main
ever
games
like
that I play.
wonder maybe if you're okay over there, like when you play stuff like that? Something. I mean, do you think that's? I'm actually surprised to hear.
I don't know. I think this is like 1990s. Like we had Columbine because they played Doom. I
No,
don't.
no,
Yeah.
no. I just didn't think Crusade was like that kind of guy who like plays some crazy video game like that. That's kind of cool, I guess. I don't know, whatever.
No, I've always enjoyed like super edgy stuff. Like have any of you ever seen the Postal movie?
No.
No, but the video game was hilarious.
You have to you have to watch the Postal movie. It's so funny.
Who's in it? Anybody?
No, it's like this it's like this low budget do any of you know Uwe Boll? He's like this German filmmaker who made all his films by scamming the government.
And he beat up a bunch of his critics in a
Yeah,
boxing ring.
he
Yeah.
beat the shit out of his critics. He fought them in a
Oh, by the
boxing
way,
match.
Crusade, like I don't even have a problem with these types of video games. Like I don't play video games partially because of how like gay they are. Like I used to play Grand Theft Auto 3 or the second and first one where it was like over the top the satellite kind of viewpoint or whatever.
Yeah.
But now video games are just gay. I used to play Vice City a little bit too, and Halo and Call of Duty, but that's kind of partly why I don't like if the games were more based, like Duke Nukem, and like the old days where it wasn't so gay. That's kind of partly why I don't like gaming.
Yeah, no, a movie that I recently watched and I enjoyed, I've watched like multiple times, is called like Rampage. And it's made by Uwe Boll again. It's like another mass shooter game. No, a mass shooter movie. It's like this guy, he dresses up in like a full bulletproof costume and he just goes through town mowing people down.
Doesn't he set his friend up at the end of the movie?
Or something like that. I don't know. I
have a PS5. I loaned it to my brother, but he told me to come pick it up because he never plays it. Is that GTA 6 out already?
No.
Okay, I don't have anything to worry about. Does the PlayStation is the PS5 gonna have that?
I think so, but GTA 6 looks like it's gonna be like a fucking like nigger filled.
I couldn't do the last GTA because you had to play as like a black guy. I can't do it. I can't.
But you can play as Trevor. Just go around killing killing.
There's other real people. Like woke bullshit in these new games. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
After Vice City, I was just done with GTA.
Yeah. In Red Dead Redemption 2,
I was about to say Red Dead Redemption. Yeah.
That shit. I'm sorry. Like it's a good game, but that shit is so soy. Like you have like the anti-racist.
All the normie coworkers I used to work with back in the day, they would always talk about Red Dead like years ago.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Soy Jacks, like undercover Soy Jacks, like in Demion and the Quartering, will talk about how Red Dead Redemption is so based because you can feed feminists to the crocodiles.
Yeah,
so, like that's like an oversight by the people that made the game. That's like an inadvertent quirk.
I also wanted to ask you guys about Assassin's Creed. I have a friend of mine.
Oh, Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Hold a second. I have a friend of mine who he was an avid fan of Assassin's Creed. He played them all the way through, and like this kind of arc with the story of Assassin's Creed, and the Henry Cavill quitting in Hollywood. Do you guys have anything to say about this kind of trajectory, where it's went and where it started and how
I have something to say about the trajectory of like video games. I think it's basically, oh my god,
I'm playing Assassin's Creed right now.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey. No, but yeah, I have something to say about like video games in general. The entire industry has been taken over by either faggots, trannies, or women, and they all hate the average gamer because they imagine the average gamer to be like a white, the racist, like white incels. They play their video
Like
games. So we
me.
have to, yeah, we have to teach them a lesson. We got to show them by putting faggots in their video games and shoving down their throat all this gay shit. And you see it just everywhere. They make the women all fucking ugly. Like the gameplay just goes to shit because they hire stupid faggots to program their games. There's no more good like game programmers. The writers are all faggots or women. Everyone's a faggot in the gaming industry.
I used to like video games. I played
Yeah.
Super Smash Brothers. I played the golf games. I played some of the sports games, Vice City, Call of Duty, Halo. But after that, it was just over for me. I couldn't do it anymore. Everyone was trying to get me into that one game that everyone plays where they upload the cartoon Call of Duty version. What's that move? What do they call that? Where you build the blocks and Fortnite. Yeah, I couldn't get into Fortnite. I just couldn't do it.
The color scheme just gave me the ick. Like, I don't want to play a game that's rainbow.
I enjoyed Fortnite because I got to play it with my friends, but I don't really play it anymore. It just kind of like everything went down the shitter. Like the last game I really enjoyed, like the last mainstream game that I played that I really enjoyed was probably Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and you play as a pirate.
Oh, I like that one too. Yeah, that's one of the few titles of the franchise that I would consider playable.
They've been doing away with meritocracy in games too.
No.
I forget when and where this argument started, but I think with World of Warcraft, like they put in all these difficulty modes. It used to be like if you weren't good enough, you just don't get to kill the boss.
It's all for casuals now.
Yeah.
Now
it's like we're gonna have 5 different difficulties of the same content so that everybody can see the story and interact with it. And that's this. A lot of games have become this. They're not even a game. There's no challenge to them. They're like interactive movies with QuickTime cutscenes where. Like half of the playtime is like, oh, quick, he's about to punch a woman, spam the X button as fast as possible to thwart his attempt. Like, and I just can't do it anymore. We went from like sweaty tediousness of trying to set high scores and beat unbeatable games to like quick time cutscenes where everybody just wants to experience the story mode. I don't even play a lot of new games. Even if I had the money to buy them, I wouldn't waste the time. If I'm curious about a game, I look up like a cutscene movie for the game, and I'll just watch the 3 or 4 hours of cutscenes, get the whole plot.
And
I gave up on games when it felt like it was like a pay to play model. The streaming model kind of took it over.
The DLC shit drive me insane.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm in the same camp with Thomas. Like the DLC and stuff, it just kind of drove me off. Like I like to own shit, man. Whether it's like you could buy an instrument, a drum kit, or a physical book, or you can buy like a bench press and put it in the garage. I hate having to continually fucking feed shekels into something. Like, I want to buy shit once and be done with it. I hate, just out of like principle alone.
I own the white man's Bible, and it literally, I usually leave it in the bathroom.
You don't even get clout for doing it anymore either. Like if you think back to the days of arcades, being willing to sit there and like pay to play, the game wasn't nerfed for you. In fact, it was made more difficult to extract as many quarters as possible. And like you'd at least get the social clout. People would pile around and watch you like play through one of these games because there was no other way to experience these levels that the average person couldn't access. You'd have to watch the god gamer like hit the buttons magically to see these things. You might have even been able to pull a woman, like impressing her back in the day with this sort of stuff. Now you can't get shit. You pour all this money into it and you're just another swiping pay to win retard in your mom's basement.
Also, now you get shit on. Like back then, there were at least like other gamers would find you cool for being good at video games. Now but now people like complain if you're good at video games. Like whenever
anyone worse than me is a noob. Anyone better is a sweaty no-lifer.
Yeah, but it's not even like a funny like saying like that. Like they legitimately they
Yeah, you're a
complain.
tryhard.
Yeah, like at least those people like who make those jokes, you're worse than me, you're a noob, you're better than me, you're a sweaty like no lifer. At least if they see something cool, they'll be like, yeah, that was a good play, right? These people, like I'm talking about the normies who play these games and they get shit on, right? For example, I used to play a lot of Warzone. I used to be really good at Warzone. I dropped like 20 bombs, right? But um I had an old channel where I'd upload Warzone clips, and I would just get these channels, and I just get into these arguments in the comments like, you need to go outside. It's like, first of all, why the fuck are you watching me if you're just gonna comment hate? And second of all, it's like, it's not my fault you're shit at the fucking game. Like, games should not be made easy just because you have some people who lack the hand eye or the reaction time to play the fucking game. It's like, if you're shit, you're shit.
Yeah, but that's not. They've switched to the appeasing gamer dad models where they want they're the new ideal gamer is not somebody that plays all day and masters it and like buys every release. The new ideal gamer is some gamer dad who can only afford half an hour an evening. He doesn't have time to get good, but they want him to enjoy his time on there so that he keeps buying everything. He doesn't know what pirating is. He'll do the pay-per-views. He'll give them whatever money they want. He'll pay to win. He'll pay for power creep. He'll do all these things. And he feels justified in doing it because he doesn't take games that seriously, bro. That's their new
Well,
ideal audience. They've moved past what the original like gamer was.
and people will still pay for that shit. I worked with a guy who'd spend like 150 bucks on every paycheck on various online games, buying new skins or whatever else it was.
That's retarded.
Yeah, like I packed up and went home. I didn't try to like lower the bar to where I was. I knew at a certain point I was getting my ass kicked when I would play games, and it's not enjoyable. But I just kind of did like this cost benefit assessment. Like, I know I probably could get good at like COD or WoW, but it's not easy. It takes a lot of it would almost be like developing any skill, right? Learning an instrument or a language. And I just said, I don't have it. I don't have the time. I don't have. And then I left. I wasn't like trying to argue or petition that these games be made easier or something like that.
And the companies are so insidious with this that they've actually designed a lot of the algorithms to where if the game detects that you're one of these good players, they will use you to make the limited game time of a less skilled player more enjoyable. So if you're a high rated player, you're going to get intentionally matched with people that don't play as often, play as much, and you're going to be put on quote unquote balanced teams. It'll be you carrying 4 scrubs versus another guy carrying 4 scrubs. They put this in World of Warcraft in like 2010. It would detect the level of gear that your character had, and if it detected that you had good gear, you'd be put in with the most like dog shit players in every one of your random queue groups, and you were saddled with the responsibility. You were given this white man's burden to carry these shitters through content.
Brutal.
You were intentionally offset and
Absolutely
nerfed.
brutal.
Yes, yeah, and so much so that people would create a set of dog shit gear that was just high enough to qualify to queue up for these things, and then equip their real gear once they got in to like get past these like filters. And I think that they've gone so much further with this. League of Legends, I
Holy
noticed that there
shit.
are so many streamer privilege is like a meme in every one of these like RNG based games where if you happen to be a well-known streamer, you get so much better luck with like rare drop items. You get favorable queue times. You get favorable teams when your queue pops. Women, I think the game can detect if you're a woman a lot of the times based off of the kind of characters you select and the roles you play. I've put so many hours into World of Warcraft that I know for a fact that they have an algorithm that detects if you're a person that spends all your time playing that game. If an item has a 1% drop chance, you'll have to kill that boss 100 fucking times at least to get it. At least, because it knows that that's what's going to keep you paying and playing. If you're somebody that logs on once a week, you're going to get that 1% drop item the very first time you run the dungeon to keep you subscribing and playing, because it gives you that dopamine hit. And I think that they have these algorithms for absolutely everything. They have it down to an absolute science. They can profile you as a player. They know how to categorize you and know how to milk you for everything that they can.
Yeah, with like jumping back to the putting you with bad players in Rainbow Six Siege, they implemented this also. So if you are like a high rank, they have like a ranking system. To balance it out, they will put you with like bronzes, and they'll put you with like silvers and golds, and they'll balance it out. So, example, you can be facing a team full of like plats, but you will have a team, because you're a champ, you'll have a team of like a fucking bronzes and silvers, and you will just get completely like torn a new asshole. But because the ranking averages out to the same, they'll say that it's balanced.
Yeah, and I remember with League of Legends, so you had all these like third-party websites that would track the hidden elo rating of players and whatnot. And the first things people would do, they'd get into a game, and you can automatically deduce, you can figure out which player is the weakest. When you have these sum total teams that are allegedly balanced, it doesn't work, because people find ways to target the shitter. They'll hop on their third-party website on their other monitor, look up all the players that are currently in that game, deduce that sweetie pie cupcake retard bitch is the lowest elo in the game, and spend the whole 15 minutes, 20 minutes of the match just feeding off of her.
Yeah, with Rainbow Six Siege, it does it automatically. Like, it knows if you're in a game. The third-party website knows if you're in a game currently, and it pulls up the opposite team's players automatically.
Yeah. Yep. And I've been playing a little bit of Marvel Rivals, and what I've noticed with that game is that that's a game that got popular amongst all the, like, if you think of your average kind of superhero fan, it's some guy in his 30s, like,
Capes,
probably a
right?
wage cucking, like, or he's like doofy maxed into a relationship. And what I've noticed with this game is, first of all, I'm horrible at it. I'm really bad at FPS games. I don't have the fast twitch muscle fibers, the reaction speed required. My aim is poor. But every single time I log on that game, like maybe once a week, the first game that I queue up and play, I just go on a slaughtering spree. I go like 50-0 or something retarded. Every subsequent game after that, it's completely inverted. I'm like 1-20. And it's not because that first game I'm playing amazing. It's because the algorithm is thinking I'm a casual noob player of the game, and it's giving me that one rigged lobby to play right at
Sounds a
the
lot like
beginning.
the job market. Sounds a lot like the job market.
They give you
I
the
mean,
one easy job.
imagine all of society operating in this way.
Everything's gamed. I think it's the same thing with resumes. I was watching a video First Link Me where a guy was talking about some stuff that came up about Meta recently, where they have like a blacklist for hiring. Your file gets flagged like ineligible for rehire, and a lot of the time it just comes down to like personal spite of the manager. And the guy was talking about how he had experiences where, one of these managers told him that, they had seen a guy that had just sent out a bunch of applications and got hired at none of them. And it is like the dating game, where if an employer knows that you've been rejected from a bunch of other places or not hired, they discard you on that alone, because their brain goes to, well, why didn't any of these other places want him? I don't
Yeah.
want him either.
It's the same. It's the same thing with It's the same thing with women. It's like the pre-selection bias. If you've been rejected if you've been rejected by other women, if women don't want a guy that other women rejected, they need a man that other women want. And I was seeing this Stanford recruiter give a presentation on Instagram, and she rejected an applicant to Stanford. Keep in mind, this guy had all fives in his AP classes, which I'm not from the US, so I guess that would be like an A plus or something. But this guy had perfect grades, a 4.0 GPA or something. He internshipped at Microsoft for 2 years when he was still in high school. Why did she ban him? Because he plays video games. And you could see the way she reacted. She was like, so this guy is like a nerdy tech guy. And she had like a pause before she said tech guy. You could clearly, she was getting the ick. So she fucking rejected this guy, even though he had like a 1600 SAT and all these like crazy, insanely high grades because he played video games. It's like completely arbitrary. It's trying to find like a pin in a haystack.
Yeah, and
Well,
it's
idiotic.
it's not just women that are doing that thing either. I know somebody that's looking for a place to rent right now, and they have the place all set up. They're supposed to move in there in a couple months, and the landlord recently contacted them and said like, "Hey, you don't have a pet, do you? Because I noticed in your profile picture like you have like an animal in your profile picture." So like they're digging through like social media accounts that you didn't even like contact these people on to try and like find things out about you to like vet you before you even get into like a rental. Like I imagine they're doing it extremely with like the workplace, and I wonder if I should create some kind of like a dummy doofy social media presence where when you put in my name like some fucking soy faggot comes up, like me wearing like ugly Christmas sweaters and like standing in front of an I'm with her like Hillary flag or some
Take a
shit.
picture with your
Oh,
mom
that's a
smiling.
that's a
Yeah.
brilliant idea. I was almost gonna say this, right? All of us are guilty of this to some extent. Like when a movie has a really culty following, you're inclined to give it more of a chance, or at least I am. Like Evil Dead, for example, it has this very like fervent cult following, and people will watch trash for a lot longer if the reputation precedes it. They'll try to figure out what's here. And the problem with this is that they can top down manufacture like fake followings, fake popularity, and things like that. And we haven't figured out really how to tap in and exploit that to our own advantages. But if you may be saying that kind of as a joke, Western, but that's maybe not a bad fucking move if you can
No,
pull that off.
I'm not joking at all because
Yeah,
if somebody has their profile set to private or they have no social media presence, that's an immediately a red flag. Look at how women react to you not having any social media. They immediately flag you as like, "Oh, well, I mean,
Serial killer.
why wouldn't he
All right,
have that? It's all bad."
I'm gonna add a new caller, excess mail. I'll bring you back on in just a second, okay, man? Chris Dubs, you're live.
How you doing, mate?
Go ahead, you're live.
I just was tuning in and out of the show as usual. And great stuff as always. Just was talking to a couple of viewers, sort of off stream before, going on about work experiences, and more in particular, like women entering into like the OH&S field, workplace safety, all these HR positions, and sort of, what's the go there? Like, are they brought in because it's generally like they're more agreeable, like they're able to sort of move the processes along a little bit easier, or is it just like are they the ones that are sort of calling the shots? Like, I mean, it's
They
just
they
yeah.
basically they first that what I've like what I think is they basically first infiltrated with the second or like third wave, the start of the third wave feminist movement. They infiltrated their way into the workplaces with like these fucking with these ideas about these like feminist, like communist, leftist faggot ideas. And through since they run HR, they have basically selected all of the new hires for years and years and years, and basically it's a complete infiltration. They have opened up the gates to these faggots to basically take over these companies. And it's a lot like the Jews when they opened up the gates for the Islamic invasion. You know,
Yeah.
you let these people in, they take over the hiring process, they take over the gate guarding, they take over the protection, and then they let in all of these evil faggot communists and they rot the company from the inside out. And by the time anyone notices, by the time the symptoms start showing, like AIDS, it's already over. It's finished. You've let in too many. It's better. You'd be better just burning down the entire thing to the ground.
Yeah,
Yeah, did
mate,
you
you're
see
not
the
wrong. Oh,
did
sorry,
you
mate.
see that one? Oh, you're good. Did you see the one video of the HR lady bugging out like super crazy eyes saying, "Oh, you need to watch what you say on the internet because HR is a small world." You guys see that
Yeah,
video?
Probably.
yeah,
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 I
absolutely, mate. You're
It
not
made the
wrong.
rounds a while
This is
back, but
well, this is the thing I was saying before to one of the viewers. I was saying you don't need to be married or in a relationship with a woman for them to completely ruin your life. Like if they occupy these sorts of positions, mate, like. And a lot of the times they're coming out like I'll give you a little story of what happened to me, which sort of set me off this spiral. It was yesterday. I was hard day's work, finishing up the work week, and I'm driving a truck. And I heard you guys talk about it earlier. And I'm getting. I pull up to this place, and the first thing I get is some like 20-something-year-old. She comes out. She's like, "Oh, you got to do this, this, and this on this site." And like I've been working 10 years in this industry, and I've been to places where they got live chemicals, all kinds of stuff, and not a single problem. But like as soon as I'm pulling up to this place in particular, it's like it's just and I saw through it immediately, and I was just like no, I'm not like doing that, mate. Like it's like you haven't been in this industry long enough, you haven't worked it. They always occupy these positions where they can say like, oh, we're working with men now, but it's always like the positions where they're not actually doing the physical labor. They're just sitting it behind a desk or they're
It's
dictating a
fake.
policy.
They
Yeah.
have fake jobs. Their jobs don't exist. If you took out each and every single one of them and just literally killed them or fired them, you would notice no difference. Did you know in
Mm.
Iceland, 75% of women, or like 75 or 80% of women, went on a strike for National Women's Day or fucking something for feminism. I can't remember. You want to know how much productivity decreased? Zero.
Yeah.
0%.
Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. It's just
That's
like
amazing. I believe the stat, by the way.
You can search it up. It was a big thing, Thomas. Search it up.
I think I heard about it. I think I did like hear some
And
chatter
like,
about it.
not only productivity didn't decrease, it probably went up, and that doesn't even take into account
yeah,
all the money that would be saved if you didn't have to pay these people and
Yeah.
all the problems they cause. Like,
It
it would just be an immediate benefit
Well,
to
yeah, a
anyone
benefit
involved.
to productivity in a sense that they're
Mhm.
helper buddies to men. They're cooking dinner and making lunches and breakfast and making sure their men have their everything they need so they can be as productive as possible.
yeah. I mean, it's just. I guess the question is just like, are they there? Maybe are they more for like? Are they like supposed to be like the polite face of the company to protect against insurance claims and that sort of
I think a
stuff?
lot of it's population control in the first place.
By
Yeah,
incentives, I believe there's
100%.
incentives.
100%.
Dismal, I believe there's financial incentive with a lot of these corporations to hire diversity. They literally have all these programs. They do diversity training at many of these corporations. It's all like baked in the cake.
Yeah, woke is all subsidized, but the thing is too, right? You're saying these women would be home cooking meals and like giving back rubs, and they would also be popping out useless eaters and perpetuating like a demographic pyramid scheme. And
well,
so again, these people, it's degrowth economics, depopulation, sustainability, baby. It's Snowpiercer. We live in Snowpiercer world.
yeah,
So
you're not wrong,
it's
man.
like that's what it is, dude. It's
They
Snowpiercer, bro.
actually,
And the reason they're given these artificial management positions is so that they can keep the current zeitgeist going. Because with all these women towing the line of management positions, it creates a choke point, so that nobody can come and make an improvement on anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they serve as the bottleneck to make sure that no right-wing man, or basically any man gets into who believes the stuff that we believe, gets into a big position or a high position.
Yeah.
I also have like another thing to add. I like collectives, collective and Western like thought on this, or anyone else who wants to add. But I've always had this idea that you could basically eliminate brown people not through violence, but through just free genetic manipulation. If you just gave everybody the option to just become a 6 foot, like 10 Dolph Lundgren lookalike, do you? I honestly think that brown people would like simply cease to exist just in a couple generations.
Aren't they doing that in China, where they're genetically engineering like ethnic Chinese children to be born with blue eyes?
Hopefully, maybe that will. Maybe the entirety of China in 60 years will just be Swedish people.
Yeah, it's called like CRISPR technology, but CRISPR is an anagram for something I can't remember. But they're editing genes to make like ethnic
It's
Chinese.
just then it becomes a logistic and a cost thing. Like, it could never be for the masses. Again, this is what like Harari talks about. I knew a guy on Telegram who he had a beaner wife and they gave her like an embryo transfer. So she's going to deliver like a white baby, like a Caucasian baby to the tune of 80,000 US dollars, right? Like you can take a groid and implant them with like an Aryan baby. You just transfer the embryo. It's expensive. This is never going to be something for the masses or the plebs, right? Things like what you're describing. They're
I can
only
see it being the extreme situation again, where the people at the top edit minor little issues out of their genes. The people at the bottom are given like tax funded gene editing to like eliminate their disadvantage, and once again everybody in the middle gets fucked. They can't afford it and they're not being subsidized.
Like that movie Elysium or whatever with Matt Damon.
these guys like when you read Harari, that big like gay Jew guy that informs all the woke think tanks, and they think that there's no more technical things to be fleshed out. It's all about just the cost now, and there's too many people. We already have immortality through like gene editing and fasting, but it's too expensive. You know, you need a population of like 500 million to pull this off. It's just and as much as I catch a lot of flack for this take, but even all these like annoying HR bitches like nagging and stuff, I still think that's better than them being at home just basically acting like demographic terrorists, producing like spiteful human eaters and stuff like that. It's when you understand the way that populations increase exponentially and the way that the industrial revolution has removed all of these quality control filters for genetic filtering. I'm almost on board with PC woke to an extent. Like as fucked up and dismal as it is, it's
You know what I'd like to see? I half agree with that. I think that like these HR like gays and women they should be like an Indian call center, and like your HR should just be like outsourced, and yeah, you keep them busy sifting through resumes all day, you let them have any like piece of power, but all the actual hiring is like done on site. You just give them this illusion of power where they sit there and they think like,
yeah.
Chuddy's not getting a job. Not another gamer on my watch. And like, but they're just like quarantined in a little kind of like
It's like the
cubicle.
little kid in the car with the fake
Yeah.
steering wheel. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when you give your little brother like the fake controller. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not plugged in. Yeah.
We were sort of discussing like ways of navigating and sort of having to deal with these HR positions as just like a working class man, and sort of how do you approach it? You don't want to approach it with like hostility. You don't want to start questioning stuff. That's when you start getting that stare like, oh, that we got a problem here. Like,
Act gay and
No,
feminine.
put on your lisp and your upward inflection, and wear like a nice like feminine colored shirt, I think, and maybe some khakis, and I think you get the job.
pay
It's
a
not
black
too
woman
far
to
off.
pretend to be your wife. If you pay a black woman to pretend to be your wife, you'll earn major brownie points.
I'll just bring a black woman in the cab wherever I go. Just like, look in the cab. Hold up.
No,
It's my
get a fake
yeah.
picture of a black woman and then find a way to bring it up to her and say that, oh, this is my beautiful wife, and kiss your phone or
No,
something.
I'll change my phone wallpaper. I'll get like an AI generated image of me and some black chick or an Indian chick or something. And be like, I'll just conveniently leave my phone on.
Leave your phone on and set it on the desk in front of them while you're interviewing, and then have somebody call you once you get in there. Okay, like, I'm gonna go in, call me in 5 minutes, and your screen will light up, and you could have like some like ethnic music even playing as like the ringtone. Go, oh, hang on, guys, that's my wife. I gotta take this.
Decline. Your crack slip should be, you should start a company where you basically create these like sock puppet oofy doofy social media presences with like AIs. So when all the Karens and the lurkers like lurk them up for a job or to like rent to them or whatever, they'll just find this guy with a bunch of groids or whatever and like a pink t-shirt. You probably make a lot of money for that.
What kind of hobbies would you give these people? You know, like
they could play pickleball. I think that's like that's pretty all inclusive.
Or like badminton.
Yeah, it's not too competitive. It's like pretty inclusive.
So this is going to be
pretty
the strategy
soy.
moving
It's pretty
forward.
soy. Like, you don't really need to be
Ultimate
jacked.
frisbee.
Yeah.
I'll just next, if I ever, God forbid, I ever lose this job and I got to go back in the job market, and I'm going to create a whole fake Facebook profile and set it all up with all this kind of imagery and stuff. And
hey, stop honking your damn fucking horn!
AI pictures of you riding a bicycle in spandex in traffic.
Hey, they get. Look, I won't keep his anyway. I just wanted to pop in. I was in between naps and sort of in a coma. But hope everything's going well with you, Collective Dismal. I'm sort of been following a lot of your streams lately, and I hope you do find something, mate. And Weston, like, I've been listening to you for God, maybe 8 months now, and just love what you're doing, mate. And it's always good for my Doomer walk, so just sort of tune into or put on your stuff. If I could get a link to that song that you put on one time, it was like no, why. I couldn't find it. It was really.
I'll put it in the chat.
Thanks, mate. And Thomas, as always, like, you're phenomenal, mate. Keep up the great work, and thank you so much.
I appreciate the call.
Cheers, mate.
Later, man.
All right.
Hey, Collective.
Guys, if you got anything you want to say, go ahead. Otherwise, I can shift gears.
We got I just want to address like AK 464 defending fucking Israel in the comments. I mean, what do you have to say? Another Israel like Mossad agent, or do you think he's just a retard?
With this crowd, he's
I don't really. I've seen his comment. I don't really like take the bait or whatever. Even if it's an authentic take, I don't care to engage with it.
How come Israel never defends us?
Yeah, I mean, the takes are out there. Why rehash them? Unless there's some new knockdown argument to like the JQ culture of critique, whatever. I don't see the
fact what's been mainstreamed is
Muslims do. The Palestinians do anything to the Jews, like, I just laugh. I don't even care. Whatever.
I need a caped kosher crusader to drop from the sky and eradicate all the brown people in a 5,000-mile radius for me to ever start caring about Israel.
I don't even think that like there's a Jewish question. I don't even think it's a JQ anymore. I think it's just a JP at this point.
It's always whataboutism. When you hear these people, it takes some form of like whataboutism every time. It's either what about this waspy guy that's like rich and degenerate, or what about Muslims?
Yeah, it's like
it's an either or fallacy. Yeah. Like they don't have any interesting challenge to it. So until somebody comes out with one, I don't.
It's like can't I hate them both? Can't I hate?
All right, I got another caller. It might be a troll. Does anyone want to drop out, or I'll bring you back.
I'll drop out.
I'll bring you back, Crusade.
Yeah, okay.
You've got a horn to stop.
All right, broomstick. I'll give you. I'll bring you on in a second. You gotta just give me a second. We got a troll. Clueless, you're live.
Hello.
Go ahead. You're live.
Does anybody here has anybody here ever tried meditation?
Yes.
What about you, Dismal?
Yeah, you're that retard I just banned from my chat like 12 hours ago. What do you want, bro?
Is this the guy that called in that wasn't convinced it was Jews on the other stream?
I can't. I
no,
keep
Dismal?
mixing up these weirdos at this point. I can't.
I liked listening, but Dismal instilled paranoia in me that fucking keeps fucking with me while I'm trying to listen to this.
My criticism is like you're not interesting, right? I know people who have the same shtick and do it better than you. So like, just I don't know, man. You're a ripoff. You're a ripoff of my other trolls that are by far your betters.
Clueless, are you just like? Are you?
No, I was gonna ask.
Are you blaming YouTubers for what, your depression? What's going on? Come on, bring something to the table. You got 10 seconds. I'm kicking you. Hurry up.
Well, basically, there's the whole thing where when you're on the internet, you don't really know if people are telling the truth or if they're just making shit up, and that's the paranoia I have. But what I really called in to ask was what Dismal.
Wait till you find out the truth is fake, then you'll really be paranoid. Wait till we deconstruct. Wait till we deconstruct truth itself. Then what are you gonna have?
Okay, I'll look into it. I was just gonna ask him if he meditates, what are his thoughts on meditation, and if the average person can stand to gain from doing it.
Try going 4 hours without gooning first before you consider meditation. You got to work up to it, Bucko.
I could definitely stand to gain if everybody just started meditating for 4 hours a day. I'd work so hard for those 4 hours a day while they're all like crowd controlled by their own like they're gonna sit there cross-legged and just lock themselves in their head while the world passes them by. Sounds
not
excellent.
even that, just trying to be mindful, I guess.
What does mindful accomplish?
Like,
have you ever influenced through power of your mind only any of your reality around you?
If free will is real, then yeah.
Okay, could I have an example of you have done this, or like?
I mean, it's I don't know, just the classic like, oh, I played a game or I played a sport and I won and I beat everyone.
Then you achieved that through meditating?
No, but you just achieved it through your mind. I don't know.
So the meditation would be what, to strengthen your mind?
I was asking if he believed in that, because he
I
said
think
he was
it
into
can have.
Buddhism.
I think it can have therapeutic effects. I think it can, give a person a chance to kind of decompress their thoughts and their stresses. But
I'm more of a
very
distraction
difficult
sort of guy.
I think you'd be better off taking care of your physical health first. That would probably make you feel a lot better than like contemplating about anything for 3 or 4 hours.
I see meditation as like mental prostration. It's like you may as well just bend your brain over and spread your lobes apart so something else can come in and get in your head.
Lewis, you got one more question. I'm going to kick you. Go ahead.
Wah, 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 wah.
So meditation's kind of gay. No offense to anybody who likes it or whatever.
That's kind of useless.
Little broomstick, how you doing, Bucko?
Hey, what's going on, Thomas? Just chilling. Thought I'd pop in. I got some things I could talk about if y'all are starved for topics, but I just kind of wanted to check in with the stream. Some person told me to get on here, so thought I'd hop on.
Fire away. Give us your best shot.
Yeah, so I just finished watching a movie with one of my friends. It was called Another Round. It was like a 2020 Danish movie. At first, it was really fun. It was like, a bunch of drinks with the boys. But, these Euro poor ass movies, they got to turn them into like a moral or a lesson. So by the end of the movie, these guys are like losing their jobs. Their wives are like divorcing them and shit. And yeah, and I know that one thing on Netflix has been making the rounds, Adolescence, whatever. And I think the the Jolly Heretic made a good video about it. It's really just kind of race swap these white people in this like position of being like killers or knife violent men or whatever, when the statistics don't really say that.
I'm not familiar with the show, so
Yeah, and it's not only that, like they're painting it as like it's like incels or red pillars that are, it's not just white men, it's like a specific subset of white men. So like it's demonizing white men at the same time, like trying to corral them off of like ideas that are, you know, extra wrong think. You know, it's okay to be white, but you can't think these things because then you'll be dangerous as well.
And they're straw manning Andrew Tate and stuff like that in the show, name dropping him to straw man him and such. It's you know, it's just like obvious that, you know, this ish is not going to end, or it's not coming to a stop at all. You know, even though we have Orange Man as president or whatever, you know, the media complex, the misandrist media complex is still full effect. So.
Yeah, I haven't bothered to watch the show. I watched like a preview of it, seen the picture of the person it's based on and who's playing the character, and noped out of there. I can't do it.
Yeah, I think it's like really the anime pill is
Yeah,
like
so
the
I
last
heard
thing,
those.
and I hate to, you know, talk about that, but I think anime, specific in the gaming world too, you know, it's the Eastern developers. They're really the ones that are still making like actually engaging products with, like, you know, Elden Ring or Wukong or any of those games.
Yeah, Berserk was great, but I can't remember the creator's name. He just died, so that'll never get finished.
Yeah, just I think people are kind of coming to terms with the slop and stuff. Like I don't know how much longer they think they can continue this, but there's a significant audience of predominantly men. You know, as like people like Neurotic grow their subscriber count and stuff. Like it's just you know, the Eastern world is just going to be the one who just bankrolls this stuff and just like stuffs their pockets. I saw Tencent acquiring Ubisoft. You know, like 5 years ago, that would have probably cost them for that acquisition. They would have shelled out like over $10 billion for 25% of those IP. Now they got 25% of those IP for like 1.16 billion. And it just,
Well, the Chinese,
they're buying that ish up.
the Chinese middle class is larger than the entire population of the United States at this point. So, I mean, I think economically, China has surpassed the United States. So that does make a lot of sense. You're going to start seeing a lot of things be more centered around Asia, more specifically China.
Yeah. But it's also like, you know, they're going to use China and Russia always as a boogeyman, trying to get us like back on the plantation and stuff. But I totally agree with WD, because I think like Red Note, when that was really trending and stuff, that was a huge wake up call for all of us. Where like, you know, China isn't what we maybe thought it was and stuff.
And I've argued that with boomers for years now. Like, how many miles of high speed rail does China have compared to us? I mean, look at their train system.
Their infrastructure is so much better than ours, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's a reset dashboard point too, though. But China is sympathetic to their male incels. Like, they have matchmaking services to try and like pair them up with people. They, you know, they'll put a 35-year-old Asian male in China on television and go like, Zhao Zhang is a farmer in
they call over
in mainland China, and due to the one-child policy, you know, odds are he will never find a wife. His parents are, you know, very discouraged about this, but have not given up hope yet. Today they'll be meeting with, you know, the parents of 3 other potential suitors to see if a match can be made. Oh, he did not have enough dowry to secure, you know what I mean? They don't blame him. We get fed this trash about how it's all our fault and we can't possibly, you know, be being affected by anything outside of our own control. It's all in our heads.
Yeah, it seems like the gaslighting isn't there in that culture so much as it is over here because of a certain tribe that runs things on this side of the world. But
yeah, in China they call over 30 men diamond bachelors, and I also think what Western was saying in Japan, I've kind of noticed that too, where maybe like outcasted men or whatever, they're kind of not shamed as much in the culture or whatever, and they kind of have more outlets.
Well, they take their demographic problems seriously. You know, we don't do that here in the States or Canada or the Western world. Period.
Well, we take it seriously with like a tongue-in-cheek thing where it's like a known issue, it's constantly pointed out, but it's always like swept under the rug of like, oh, they're just not having kids. It's never like addressed. The elephant in the room is never discussed, and the solution is always to replace you.
If
That's
if
how that's how they do it. They don't try
if
to
it
like drive up white birth rates. They're like,
if
no,
it
we have some fresh Indians for you.
if it is addressed, it's always blamed on you too. Like if it's addressed, it's like, oh, you aren't having babies because you can't get married. Why can't you get married?
Not
It's
economically viable. Not enough men in secondary
also
education. Falling
also
behind
you're
girls.
sexist. You're sexist. You're an incel. That's why you can't get. You're mean to women. That's why you can't get married.
It doesn't help blue collar
They
workers
always
shit anymore.
they always take like an economic growth model for granted too. They'll never even acknowledge that you may just be fine to bite the bullet on declining demographics without bringing in people to duct tape it or whatever, keep the schema going.
You
Like
know,
it's
they're not interested in the quality of life. If they
No.
were, then like if you just cut spending on all the, you'd have enough money for all the medical treatment and pensions and social security for the boomers if you stopped spending money on all these like third world
100%.
country and people, and you'd be fine with the GDP or whatever going down, the cost of housing tanking. Young people could afford like to buy houses. They'd have like a wonderful life. It would be a world you'd want to bring children into.
When
You know,
when
half of the houses in your town would be empty. Half of the jobs would be unfilled. You know, it would be like a world is your oyster situation.
dude,
Yeah,
when someone presents that argument about like the need to import and stuff and you just bite the bullet on depopulation, you're like, no, I'm all right if the native Canada population drops down to like 1 million. I'm okay if it declines by a factor of 30. Like I'm all good.
One
Because
thing
you're not even denying what they're saying. You're just biting the bullet on it, and their fucking brain explodes. They're like, no, it has to. The economy must be stimulated. It can't not be stimulated.
it's
And
it's
you're
this
like, why,
very
dude? Fuck
it's
it.
this
I don't
very
care.
Jewish mindset of the line must go up. I've
Yeah,
seen this a lot in
the bottom
reference.
line.
Yeah,
It's the bottom line.
the line has to go up. If the
It
line
almost
isn't going
feels
up,
like the world ended when that Henry Ford lost that case in like
yeah,
1915
Yeah,
yeah.
to Chevy.
yeah, that's a good point.
Have any of you heard of the Henry Ford case? He tried to like pay his workers more, and the Ford brothers sued him because they're
The
Jewish.
Dodge
The
brothers.
Dodge brothers,
Yeah,
Dodge
the
yeah.
Dodge
brothers.
brothers or whatever the
Yeah,
fuck.
and the courts ruled that
Yeah,
it's in the interest of a company
yeah,
to increase the value of shares for shareholders, not pay
Yep.
their workers more, and it's been downhill ever since.
yeah. Like I've said this in an argument before. It's like you see, have any of you seen like you have all these like nigger faggots on Twitter? They're always ranting about Japan. Japan needs to let in more immigrants. Japan is this. Japan is that. Japan's birth rate is declining because all their men are incels. They're watching too much porn. It's like why? Why does the birth rate need to go up? Like why?
Yeah, and it's literally only for the entitlements old people that we're not going to have anyway. Like a lot of the infrastructure
Mhm.
costs decrease equally with the population. If your population is decreasing and you're not importing all these people, you're not going to have all these rampant medical bills. You're
Yeah,
not going to be paying to maintain highways because there's not going to be all this traffic on them. There's not going to be all this wear and tear. You're not going to have to be buying as much fuel because there's not all these people roaming around. You're not going to be having to heat as many homes. You're not going to have to be powering as many things. Everything should decrease in like parity to it.
yeah.
Human
Like
capital is like a redundant human capital is like a very redundant like self-perpetuating thing. You
no,
only need these roads for more people, and then the people need to be road workers, and they need to build more roads for more people. Nobody ever stops and is like, what value, what tangible addition to society do you make?
Yeah, I think
I don't
roads
have
were
to
actually.
answer
I think
that.
roads
I don't
were
have.
actually a mistake. Railways were good because they were like purely industrial. They never had like individual users on them. But once you started paving roads, so just like brain dead people can travel everywhere, like you don't got to ride a horse and risk it twisting an ankle or breaking a leg and you getting stranded somewhere. You don't have to take some sort of dirt path where your vehicle might get stuck. You might have to like winch out of something or anything like that. You just have like a spoon-fed travel to people. I think that's like building all these roads was a fucking mistake. It should have stuck with railway to transport goods around and never given people this amount of like free travel.
No,
And look
yeah,
at what it did to the boomers because they were coming of age when the national highway system was created in the United States and they had unparalleled freedom. Oh, I don't have to listen to mom and dad. I'll get in my car and drive on the highway to the next state over because everything's so cheap that I can just split. And that's why, like Thomas was saying, so many boomers, their families just exploded, imploded, exploded, whatever you want to call it, because they get into an argument with their brother, and instead of resolving that on the farm or homestead, they just got in a car and drove 3 states over and never spoke to him again.
I think of all these like liberal entitlements, I think freedom of movement is the least criticized, but the most fucking gay and deserving of criticism. Like, if you were a social planner, right, think about the idea that people are free to just move anywhere and vote with their feet within the United States or within Canada or within Europe. And the kind of demographic distortion this causes, where I've been to towns where uh, like we talk about demographics in a generalized sense, but in some of these places, it's 20-1 male female, right? Just because of the nature of the place, the kind of work that's available. I could name drop a couple of towns and cities in Canada that are like this, right? We don't have a fractal demography anymore. So before, it would be like if you took a demographic census, the national, the state level, the local level, then the township, it all kind of was fractal, pretty consistent through and through. Now it's very distorted. There's a lot of clustering, there's a lot of gaps. And I don't know how like a state like this can't be allowed. People shouldn't even have the right to really just move around unless there's a reason to.
yeah, collective. Chicago, for example, or the state, whatever state Chicago is located in, would be majority red if not for the massive city of Chicago. And I think like a lot of these cities need to be just, if you were just to remove these cities, like nuke them, I guarantee you that uh, that life in these countries would somehow improve if you were just to nuke the cities.
I think it's
Absolutely.
amazing
James,
how many women you'll talk to and stuff who are like, we need to get rid of the electoral college, but they don't understand the idea that it exists almost so that these places don't become cultural monoliths, so we don't become subject to the urban monoculture. And the electoral college skews that power in a way where states have their own kind of statehood, and they can kind of put that statehood say into the whole national election, and it kind of
a lot of young people fall for it too. Real quick, guys, I'm gonna shift some people around. I got more callers, but I'll keep you. I'll bring you back. Just bear with me. Quad, you're live.
Hey, you guys ever notice that leftists are just such wimps?
I know who that was.
That was really bad. Like, that wasn't really a good troll, Bucko. That's all you got, huh?
I like the trolls that try to rap. I like the
that was
rapper
really
trolls.
weak. Like, you
I don't
could
even think that's trolling. When they come on and rap, I view it like getting a mixtape in my Happy Meal. You know what I mean? Like they're just plugging their stuff. I don't care.
All right. Genetic spite, you're live.
Yo, what was with that? You got scared, bro, and you took me off real quick, bro. You couldn't. And also, Dismal, I don't know what's with the ad hom of genetic spite. Like, you're a fat fucking balding ginger, dude. And then you have a gook wife. And then look at the progeny you created, bro. The progeny is gonna have genetic spite, dude. Like, that's like it's gonna be
Whoa.
Happa. It's gonna be fucking subhuman, man. And again, you're not disclosing if it's a daughter or son.
Okay.
Is it a son? You're being quiet about, awfully quiet about it.
You got me,
Yeah,
You
it's
bro.
a
might not
son.
Oh
even.
So
my
you have a
god.
fucking subhuman incel son. You're
I'm
gonna create an
fat,
ER.
bro. I'm
Create an
bald.
ER.
Oh
You're
my
creating an
god.
ER. You have an ER son. That's the more pressing issue. And it's like, again, didn't you come
Bro,
on
you're
here with the
proving
anti?
the point.
Dude,
Listen, hold on. Your
hold on. You came on
character
here with the
assassination
anti-natalism.
attempt. Listen, dude, again, you're proving my point. Your whole thing is
Anti-natalism. Weren't you?
I was never an antinatalist, no. But
Oh, now you're
anyway,
going back on it because you reproduced. Oh, that makes sense now.
show where I was. I was always a consistent eugenicist on my channel for 3 years.
So do you think you
Antinatalism for certain crowds.
created a
Yeah, what do you
eugenic
mean?
product? Do you think you made a eugenic product? Do you believe so?
It doesn't matter. I can have an opinion that's irrespective of
Yeah, I
my
know.
own life.
It's your stance independent nonsense. But anyways,
Yeah, you're too
now,
low
yeah.
IQ
Oh,
to understand
I already, dude, I
normativity
already
and
knew it. Yeah,
objectivity.
whatever. But
Yeah,
you,
I get that. I get that every argument that you make stems from your race and your genotype, but people with an IQ above 105 can actually formulate what's called an objective position, and it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. And this guy's proving my point every time he opens his fucking brown mouth because he's just a character assassin. He doesn't go for arguments. He'll
And to
feign,
make
he'll
a
feign, he'll feign an intellectual attitude until he loses on his fucking lack of merits. And then suddenly he's just trying to character assassinate Thomas, Dashboard, me, Western, using GSRRM, gossip, shaming, rallying, ridicule, moral fagging. It's the same shit, dude. I would fucking cave your brown nigger face in, you faggot.
He's
Like
also strong manning
I would
too.
tear the fuck, dude. I would tear the fucking face off you,
I
bro.
mean, the thing that blows my mind about this is
Get the
this
fuck out
pair
of
of
here.
guys. Like, I hung out with Eminent. There's things that I like about him. I don't necessarily hate the guy, but I had to like tell him on several occasions that like the girls he was sending me pictures of on Twitter, like I don't want to see because they're of questionable age. And the Liberate guy he's teamed up with is the one that makes all the pedo accusations at me.
Show
So
one
it's like
instance of me
very.
being show one instance of me avowing antinatalism. I have sympathies with the position, but I've always consistently held the core of my view is eugenic. It's not.
And the
So
strong
he's
man,
accusing me. Oh, you're having a kid now. Suddenly you're changing stances. Prove it, dumb fucking nigger.
And to be honest, like
No, I'm not.
a happa kid through like the lookism lens might be dysgenic, but from the lens of like a functional society, like I'd rather
it
live in a
depends.
happa society than
And if I
a
had
hippie.
one modicum of respect for you fucking poop gook, I maybe would reveal more information to you, but you're a spiteful fucking genetic mutt. So
And
no,
that's a great scale.
you're not going to be privy to that information, bucko.
Like, look at
Wind
Brandon
your
Lee.
fucking neck in. Like literally, bro.
Brandon Lee was a Chad, and he was half Chinese and half white. So
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
that's
it's
the
a greater
exception.
scale.
That
It
doesn't
doesn't have
usually
to be
turn
though.
out that way, though.
It doesn't have to be though.
I
I
don't
mean,
know. I have a lot of respect for like even somebody like the Viet Cong. Like the level of bravery like displayed by somebody like the Viet Cong is like orders of magnitude more worthy of admiration than any kind of like war effort ever put on by India or put on by like Africans or anything like this. You know, like you're not going to find either of those groups. They won't even bury their own feces, let alone like bury themselves, crawl into a tunnel full of like snakes and poisonous things and fucking spike traps and like try to fight off an invader for their little slot of jungle. Like notice how the Viet Cong like fought for their little hellhole in the middle of nowhere to
mhm.
keep the United States out instead of clawing and screeching to get into America.
And it's the same thing with the Pashtuns in Afghanistan. I respect those little brown guys more than a lot of white people because look at what they accomplished. Not only did they stand up to the United States, they stood up to the Soviet Union too. I mean, those guys fought like fucking hell for to be able to claim their stake in their society. And salute to them. I'm kind of glad they won.
Yeah, I can respect like a
I'm really
warrior
having
culture even if
trouble.
I'm at odds with it.
I don't understand the. I don't even know what to call him. I forget what's his name. The guy who just called in his real handle on Discord. One complaining that
He goes by Volk or Eminent.
Eminent. Okay, guys. I mean, you're trying to sneak on a YouTube stream to like don't just do your own YouTube channel and do it better than me then, Bucko. Like or do it better than
They're parasitic. They're
do it better than-
parasitic reactionaries. They can't formulate thoughts except in reaction to what I say or what Dashboard says. So they're just these like reactive automata. And you can tell, dude, that they're just in it for character assassination. They don't have anything else to offer.
You could kind of compare them to like a dumb like
I
compare them to dirt Jews.
I vehemently disagree with Kessler on most everything he says, dude. But I have no intention to ever character assassinate that guy or anybody else. Like I don't wish him to be laying in a ditch somewhere. You know what I mean? It's about the fucking arguments for me because I'm not a spiteful brownoid. I'm not a shit gook. And I just want to hear a good view. I want to hear good solutions, good formulations of the plight and stuff like that. I have an intellectual interest in being on this spheres, on this scene or whatever. These guys they're just speaking from a place of inferiority. It's a fucking complex. It's a fucking complex, dude.
It's a Pavlovian reaction because
he's been around for a while and he comes onto my channel and I just kind of wonder, like, don't you have something better to do? I mean, don't.
But you see how emotionally charged he was. I mean, it's what Yuri Bezmenov said. You know, ideological subversion by means of demoralization. That guy can't even process authentic information.
And saying I'm fat, I'm this and that, dude. I could be 500 pounds and I would still be better than you. I would still stand above you.
You don't sound that fat. How fat are you?
I'm not fat, dude. I'm a fucking monster, bro. Like I've shown physique before here. Dude, I posted physique, bro. I'm chubby.
I don't think you're fat. I really don't believe he's fat, guys.
I don't know. It's like
isn't Dismal?
It's like it's like a two-way like shit flinging. It's like a lanklet like calling a husky guy like fat. Like I don't know. It's doesn't make any sense.
Dude, I can do a muscle up, bro, and I'm not even on fucking steroids. I'm 230 pounds. Get the fuck out of here. This guy's gonna come on here and like try to flex on me.
No, that was pathetic.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
I think he has been on here a long time ago. His voice is familiar. He went by a different handle.
Yeah.
He didn't cause any shit. I don't know why.
I've actually had some decent conversations with him, but he's just kind of a. Why are we obsessed?
I think the other one is a bad influence on him. Primarily, I think that's. I've had good interactions with him in the past too, but when he's, you get in bed with the wrong fellows and their behavior.
He's got Jewish handlers. He's got Jewish handlers, and they don't send their best.
What is with it today? Like there seems to be a lot of them calling in today. I kind of enjoy hearing the argument.
He's got animosity because I bounced his ass out of a fucking Twitter space. He was trying to lurk in. He was a little notepad and his little pen, and I bounced his ass out of there because he doesn't deserve to hear me fucking. He doesn't deserve to interact with me. If he wants to send me money, I'll talk to him. Otherwise, I mean, if this was my stream, he wouldn't be fucking getting on. Whatever.
I don't understand because like, we basically got threatened to not do the dividing lines are drawn video part 2 that went into a deeper dive on somebody else. They were gonna bring out the family the family heirlooms to prove lineage and all this other stuff, and like
it was gonna get super fucking nasty, man.
Is that with Honest Guy? Was that with
no, Honest Guy Senior? And it's just tiresome at this point. Like, just because we're talking about Indians or Jews doesn't mean we're talking about you. Like, we were discussing Indians specifically in the context of Canada.
There's
you shouldn't take that kind of thing personally, and like we haven't brought up either of you guys in like the longest time. Like, I don't know why.
Are they actually like Indian, like Red Dog?
One of them is.
What's the other
Dude,
kind of
I'm
race?
like a solipsist in regards to these people. When they're not here, they don't exist. Like they only exist when they're here speaking. I don't. The second they leave, I forget.
Schrodinger's poop gook.
Literally, like I don't think about them at all. This guy's
What's
lurking me up on like cross-platform cyber stalking.
Well, it's totally valid because I'll bet you anything. I think he's from the Man Moon Network or Discord. These
Yeah.
types of guys who sort of just they try to stir the pot, even though we're not bothering him or his friends. Like they are probably too meek to do anything like this in real life.
What they don't like, the whole crux of their presence here is hinged on that people like Thomas and me and Western and you guys, we bring race into this and we are kind of leading the sphere. There's nobody making stuff right now. We kind of have like a monopoly on the voice here. And we talk bad about brownoids sometimes, rightfully so, and they don't want it to be about that. And they've gone mask off. In moments of like mercy, they've come and said, "Well, it wasn't supposed to be about this, guys. It's about like men."
Well, why would that be a problem? Because race has always been a critical point in Black Pill, always.
Yeah, like a large part of Black Pill is genetic, like acknowledging that genetics are real, and of course, when you bring in genetics, you're going to run into the difficult truth that some races, on average, not all members of that race, but on average, are either dumber or uglier or shorter or more emotional or more
Well, I would
spurgy
say
or
some races can respect other races.
yeah.
Like
there's
these guys, like Volk, they need to go to the Black Manosphere, even if they're Jeets or whatever. Just it's like Thomas said, go do your own thing, man.
This space is
Well,
kind
he
of
seems
threatening
like
to them.
he thinks he's such a hotshot. He thinks he's a genius. He thinks he's so smart and he knows everything. Like go start a YouTube channel. Everybody, you'll get a huge following and we'll become irrelevant and you'll get what you want.
Look at how far right spaces like
Yeah, but they
this
don't
have shifted
compete in markets.
Overton window. You know what I mean? It was like 10 years ago, nobody would be talking about the Jewish question. But because of spaces like this and our relentlessness in regards to certain subjects, now race, Israel, Zionism, all that stuff is mainstream like it never was even 10 years ago. So these people are feeling a certain way about that because
there's like a pivot in the incel black pill community too. Like we're not the only people that have necessarily gone in this direction, even though we might have been like the first. You see it with Tails channel has taken like a real dive into race and like politics recently, and he was reviewing somebody else's channel that was doing the same thing, and it's
Even Hammerhand has been harping on the JQ a lot lately.
Yeah, the European Excellence did a video on the race pill. His like his whole channel is like dedicated to this sort of stuff, and it's just something. It's like something that's going to have to be covered eventually, and I think that people get nervous anytime anything goes in this direction because their only exposure to it is like the historical boogeyman of like we're all gonna get gassed if this continues. So.
well, to keep acting that way, it might happen this time.
yeah,
no, exactly. They're their own worst enemy because they can't shut the
I
fuck
seen
up about it.
it's the same kind of thing. I was scrolling like when I pulled up the video of the guy choking the Jita in Calgary, like on that Twitter feed there was a video of a Jeet like just pissing in the water fountain in front of like families in the middle of Edmonton. And that's pretty much what we just dealt with here. Like it's not like a respectful like engagement with what other people are building. These are like people that like thrive off destroying other people's snow forts that are like mass and they get built some in like a backyard or something where they can't access it and they have to like they can get kicked out before they come over and destroy it.
Yeah, no, it's undermining. It's polluting the discourse. It's it's destruction, character destruction, and undermining.
On an
There's no
unrelated note,
substance.
Einsfelder, I gotta ask, dude, can you walk, dude? Like you're in a wheelchair. Are you all right?
This is my gamer chair. It's comfortable.
Okay,
Oh wow.
I'm just making sure because I was
I
like,
thought
Oh
maybe
man.
you
Oh,
got
I
that,
didn't even
that,
notice that.
That's pretty
I didn't
sick.
notice gaming in a wheelchair.
Okay, good. Okay, all right.
hey, hey,
I
hey,
didn't want to make any Hot Wheels jokes or anything.
I've had this wheelchair for like 4 years now. I don't go through gamer chairs like you do because this thing's pretty scary.
Okay, all right. Maybe I should get in the wheelchair then.
Where'd you get that thing?
That was my mom's before she went to the nursing home.
Okay, that makes sense. It's got sentimental value and mobility.
That too, I didn't even think about the sentimental value, but thinking about it, it kind of does. I used to push it around in it.
Yeah, I remember I used to push my grandfather around in his for a little bit. I remember I towed him on my bicycle one time.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool, man.
Yeah, you guys talking about your grandparents reminds me of like mine, but mine's not as wholesome as yours. Mine died falling down the stairs, but
My condolences.
yeah,
Was
it was
it
just
like an actual fall, or was there like a push involved? Like I don't. I'm
No,
always dubious
I-
with the stairs. Like
I always hated them,
Foul
but
play,
it was just
disgusting.
complete luck. You know, they were just home and I saw them and they just fell down the stairs and they broke their neck.
Shit.
Yeah, I want to clarify, like I didn't push them or anything. That's like
okay, well, I mean, that's good. Because our hate against boomers is like it's the same as these other groups of people. Like there are non-violent solutions to this. Hopefully, like these people just need to let go of the steering wheel. Like they gotta relinquish the driver's seat. They shouldn't be the people directing the course of anything because they've clearly like lost the plot. They're not acting in the best interest of their groups anymore.
Mm-hmm. That's why I don't care if Trump gets rid of Social Security or they fuck up that program so bad nobody gets their checks. I've got zero.
imagine how much money you would save if you stopped giving like welfare checks to Dindus. Isn't like 64% of the, like U.S. tax dollars spent on fucking like social welfare checks or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. Roughly 60% or so. The rest is the military-industrial
Yeah.
complex bombing the Middle East.
What they should
We're doing
do
it again now.
if I was dictator, what I would do is I'd completely erase social welfare checks and I'd tax single mothers about 3 times more. To incent, like you have to find like another husband. You have to. It's unacceptable to be a single mother.
You're a single mother, but you're like expected to work, or like, and you have like a wage ceiling, like you have a maximum wage, like you can't.
At some level, Crusade, you're right. Like it is unacceptable to see all this single motherhood and it being embraced in the West so much. I mean, it's really wrong to have children not having a parent, their father, and having to live in like under a woman's roof their entire young life. That's
Not even having a male influence is so bad. It's unacceptable. Why tolerate that? Why be accepting of it?
I'd be okay if they had to go to a labor camp for 3 or 4 years.
Who? The
single mothers. Well, then what do you do with their kids? I mean,
I'd rather they just have their kids even taken from them. Like I think children raised by the state are better off than children of single mothers. Like even if they turn out like what was it, the Khmer Rouge, where they're like running around just like beheading people, like being trained into child soldiers.
Yeah.
That's like a preferable outcome to single mothers raising children. I have more in common with like a 12-year-old like playing with an AK than I do.
That is a
like
it is a functional solution. The single mother goes to a labor camp, and then the child goes to like a preparatory academy or some sort of finishing school. Or
Plato's Republic or something.
Have you guys seen the chart of the deficit of each of a person of each race? Like every single black person has like a net negative of $100,000 US dollars over their lifetime.
Well, that's
Yeah,
it.
there's no
The
positive
non-white
else.
world, would basically wither on the vine without all this aid that they get.
The only positive I don't want to sound cringe, because I'm like Asian. I don't want to do like the whole like Asians are based, but the only like positive like per person money thing were like the whites and Asians. Everyone else was like a net negative. Mexican, like Latinos were like almost a neutral,
And
and
only the
everyone
men.
else was like,
And this is why the HAPA criticisms like have no basis, because like you're looking at it through the woman's perspective of like, I don't want to fuck that, but which society do you want to live in? Like I'd be fine with a HAPA society. That wouldn't be like an unpleasant place to exist.
It's not preferable, but I mean, it is something that would be better than what we have
Yeah,
now
no,
with
it's
modern day
not
Babylon.
preferable, but like you don't always get everything exactly the way you want it, and like if
That's true too.
so
yeah, like I just want to address this point, John Doe. Like incels are disproportionately ethnic, though, despite being the minority. John Doe is looking at this through the incorrect lens. I think I've already addressed this with Western, but incels, the average age on .is, which is a very, I'd assume is a majority like older dude site, is majority white. It's like something like 60% white or something, right? But you have to, and you may be saying, well, the U.S. is 70% white, but that is looking at it from the incorrect lens. First of all, you have to look at it by a per country basis. So if we look at it by a per country basis, and you only look at the U.S., I guarantee you, a large proportion of those ethnics are going to get cut out, right? Plus, you have to look at the age demographics. And I would assume that the age demographics of is, I think I read like the average age was like 25 or 20 something, right? So it's not very old. And plus, those are the only people who responded to the survey, which is also like an answering person bias, right? And then you have to look at how many white people are in each generation. I'd assume that's completely untrue. I'd assume it's probably 50-50 or a little bit more slighted to the whites. So I just wanted to address that point
Well,
because
and
I've seen it thrown around a
look at the
lot.
red pill copers too, guys that are and MGTOWs, guys that are incel but won't like admit it. They wouldn't self-identify with that group. I think that that's kind of overwhelmingly white.
Yeah.
What if you had to throw a random figure out, Chuddy, and what percentage of incels would you say are like have it been announced to them that they are like the incel community probably makes up but a fraction of like the people that are practically incel and they don't know what MGTOW is. I know this point's been brought up before, but it's hard to even use metrics like incel.is and stuff like that to kind of gauge the types of people, because those are people that
Yeah.
are identifying with that
Yep.
label. They understand. I think they're probably a fraction of like
I,
men
I'd
that
say
are
I'd say it's
incel.
I'd say it's about like the people who are basically they're near cell or they're basically an incel versus the people who actually claim to be incel. I'd say it's probably like 90-10. Like,
I think too the thing with incel and Thomas brought this up the other night when he was on Jason's podcast. It's like it's not about getting sex. Like I think you can be an incel even if you're still getting laid. It's become sort of like a fuzzy category. You know it
yeah,
when you see it, but it's not necessary. Even you could be in a relationship and you're sort of incel. It's just like a man that's not well received in general, I guess. It's like most people are in that boat.
yeah,
Oh,
It's
no
just there's
doubt.
an incel
definitely.
spectrum. There's like an incel spectrum for sure.
It's not like a clear cut group. It's like a slider.
Basically,
Yeah, it's
yes.
Yeah.
But honestly, I prefer the term TFL, but I just kind of use incel because it's the most recognized. But I think TFL would be like a better term.
Oh, in real life, I never use the term incel to describe me or, a friend of
No,
mine.
that would be like retarded. If you're out there doing that, like if you're gonna do that, you better be like and you don't want like terrible things to happen to you socially. You
You
better
better
be
be a
like
super mogger.
yeah,
I like Hoka's like scrotal designation because
yeah.
it's just derogatory in general. Like maledom is just derogatory. It's almost like a pejorative or something. It's just like, ugh.
Like
It's
just
not even
scrotal
about, maybe
sex.
you have a girlfriend, maybe you get laid or whatever, but you're just, yeah, that guy's still like kind of an incel. You know what I mean?
I
Like
like excess mail for the same reasons.
yeah,
Yeah.
just
Like
they're
it's an
just
excellent term.
useless. They're useless eaters. All they do. I like collective Dismal's terms. Just useless eaters. Just absolute zeros.
Yeah. And that's why, again, it's the people that are trying to hold the line on like the technical definition of incel and they're like, oh, you're a fake cell, you're a
Yeah,
stolen valor.
it's like
Those guys are getting like phased out too by guys like Thomas again, who are still kind of like they're not involuntarily celibate in a technical sense, but they're in their right to be in this kind of discussion.
yeah. It's
You know what I mean?
Looks
no
like
no one no
looks
one.
like looks like I don't think this is even the real Hoka. I mean, it could be, but we get so
It's,
many.
Fingers
Yeah.
crossed. Here we go.
Let's see.
Let me just try and just.
I hope it is.
I think it's the same dude. Oh, we got a. He's got a.
I don't want to keep bickering. My phone's on 15%. I kind of just want to like.
Let me just see what's up here.
If he's bickering, just
All right,
kick
go
him.
ahead, Hoka.
Hey, you guys hear me? You guys hear me? I'm on my ham radio right now, and I think I might have found a woman in New Zealand somewhere that actually might write me back for once. She's like probably 55, 60. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think this is a good idea?
I think you should spend all your money and go on a trip to her.
You better
fly
get her
out to
before
her.
the boomers do.
Oh, wow. Thanks, guys. I was looking for some good advice. Everybody's been saying I'm crazy and it's a scam, but instead, I'm just going to book the next flight tomorrow, I think. I might even quit my job at HVAC.
Oh,
Very passionate.
speaking of
Good.
the HVAC, I was informed that whether you want to work in HVAC depends heavily on where you live too. My buddy was doing it in Florida for a while, and apparently those sweaty, stuffy attics are not too fun to be doing 10-hour days in.
Western, even though you might be overweight, not too tall, like there's nothing a woman's turned on more than a hard-working guy, you know?
Yeah, I just got to get my numbers up.
Well, for
Gotta
sure.
pull yourself up by the bootstraps, buddy.
All the
Well,
way up into
in
an
my
attic.
case, the steel-toe work boots, that'll make you attractive for sure.
I
Hey,
heard.
it works for blacks, right? That's why they started wearing the Doc Martens or whatever to pretend they had a job.
I don't know. I don't really have any black friends. I'd like to, though, because maybe they can introduce me to one of their mothers.
That's actually a pretty good impersonator.
Yeah, not bad.
There's a lot of talent in this community that's unfortunately being squandered.
Oh yeah, especially the guy who can assemble some rhymes. He's usually pretty good.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Recently, I've been just been walking around like living life, I guess, and I've noticed that I don't know, people just seem to be more and more like not even stupid. It's like disgusting. They're just disgusting. Like I know I go onto the bus and I see these people and I see these like Somalians and they just look disgusting. They are physically repulsive. I know I'm not the best looking guy, but when I look at myself in the mirror, I look like a human. I look normal. somewhat. I look like a little bit of a caricature, but I look somewhat normal. Okay, these people, they look. I don't even know how to describe it. Their faces contort in almost an unnatural fashion. Their faces resemble like they're constantly angry and disgusted at the same time, and they have these ugly lips. They have these like this ugly shit skin, these ugly dark like hyperpigmentation underneath their eyes, and they look fucking repulsive. They look
Dude,
at you with
I got
these.
this picture today. I was on the subway and I got this picture of a black dude with a hood on, and he looked like a Dementor from Harry Potter. Like, you know that scene when they come on the train? It was exactly that when he boarded. It was just like, I'll show you the picture after. You'll probably have a chuckle. He looked like a fucking Dementor, dude. Everyone was like, you could tell, like, the tension on the fucking train cart just like
Everyone's
increased.
cortisol just spiked.
I have to see this.
Yeah, no, it's
That's
funny, man.
rich.
I got quite the gallery on my phone.
Yeah,
So are you in or near Toronto? You probably don't want to dox
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah.
Oh,
It's
you
like
are?
Pokemon Snap.
Yeah. I'm like, oh shit, like rare incel, whatever, rare fentanyl addict.
Look, he just popped up from behind the dumpster. Quick, get a picture.
it's like it's like
Pokemon
Pokemon.
Go.
You're trying to capture them all. You're trying to capture all the pictures of these like fucking these like shiny versions of like rare versions of these fucking these genetic anomalies. These things don't even look human. Like I'm actually convinced that they're made in a lab. I genuinely sometimes I genuinely think that Africa and India, these places don't exist. Like it's all fake. They're made up labs. There's like a lab somewhere, probably like hidden
Yeah, they're like
underground.
the seed
And
of
yeah,
Cain or like the Nephilim or something like that. They're
yeah,
just like these. They're not quite human. They're kind of adjacent to it, but
yeah.
they're just like ontologically evil.
Like you know a really autistic a couple when I first got into the like the lookism, I went through the lookism, then into the black pill. I'm so attuned to all these like facial measurements. I can't stop myself from looking at certain people. Like I'm studying their gonio angle, like the mid face ratio, and
I think aesthetics is like completely intertwined with ethics. Like I can just look at the person and be like, your
I
aesthetics is
completely
like a
agree. I
yeah,
completely agree.
yeah,
100%.
it's yeah. Physiognomy is like a very, very real thing.
yeah,
And yeah, the
Yeah,
ethics and
not to
and
confuse
the
that.
aesthetics are
Not to confuse that with like your phenotype, physiognomy and phenotype. People kind of
yeah.
those two. Phenotype, the physiognomy is an absolute indicator of your character.
It does. Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't just show like your moral kind of alignments either. It shows like your intelligence. Like everyone knows what a Down's face looks like. You know what I mean?
All of it.
well
It's all
there
right there on the face. It's all right there on the face.
there's been
Everything.
studies and it shows that especially in white people, that attractive white people on average have an IQ of about 15 points higher on average than ugly white children. And this is like a documented thing, and it's constant throughout all races. But another thing is it's not even just attractiveness in general. They have they have gotten it down to some specific facial traits. For example, if you imagine a nerd, right? If you imagine a nerd or a geek, what is one thing that a lot of them have? It's a long mid face. A long mid face and wide set eyes, I think, are like the biggest, have like the biggest indicator of the IQ of the person, like how wide set their eyes and how long their mid face. Of course, to a certain degree, of course, if you have like an insanely long mid face, you probably have some kind of like fucking
I think physiognomy is one of these like fields of science that's obviously being kept out of the academia. But if you were to take the brakes off, immediately rise to the fore as a science, like on par with chemistry and physics. Like, it is a very important field.
You can tell. There's been studies. There was a study done in China, dude. Betting like investing on depending on like investors' facial traits, like depending on hedge fund managers' facial traits in China, you can determine whether they're good investments. Like, should you invest in their hedge fund? And this is a real study. Like the uglier, more like incel types of
It's
hedge fund
scary,
managers.
Chuddy, and it's scary the extent to which it indicates like your personality and your dispositions.
I see a lot of people. I see a lot of people in the comments. They can't look at this objectively, dude. I'm not saying fucking crazy wide set eyes. I'm saying like slightly wider set than normal. I don't understand why you people immediately jump to saying Dolph like symptom like fetal alcohol syndrome is ideal for intelligent. Like
They're
what?
picturing like a gecko or a chameleon.
Yeah, no one said fucking gecko. Like,
well,
I said like slightly wider set eyes.
The Scandinavians kind of buck that trend a little bit. I agree with you 100%, or like 90%. But if you look at guys like Dolph Lundgren, yeah, that guy was like 6'5", built like a brick shit house, famous movie star. But he was also a chemical engineer. He's got an IQ of like 140.
160, I think, or something like that.
It's off the scale, yeah. And a lot of the Germans, the Scandinavians, these are tall, blonde hair, blue eyed people that have high intelligences. And they typically are the better looking people in the world.
Yeah, that's
that should just be the norm, to be honest. That should be like the everyday man on the street.
Yeah, like
that was actually a part of my problem with Clown Town, where they were talking about white people and how cold they were, and like assuming and just having these opinions about whites, and not all cultures and different groups of people, they don't have this jovial, fun, happy, talking, social, like, white. A lot of northern whites are cold, and it is hard to warm up.
I don't think it even necessarily is a cold thing. I think it's just they have a preference for that type of behavior, and in that sense, they're being warm to one another. Like when they're lining up for the bus and they're all spacing each other out. Like I don't think that's like, oh, they hate everyone. No, they're considerate enough to not infringe on the other person's
it's misunderstood
personal space because they respect it and like value it.
They respect the personal space. The brown mind cannot comprehend personal space. The Indians love to fucking like almost hump your ass. It's like I feel like I'm getting raped every time I try and get on the fucking bus. They're like creeping up behind me, and I'm trying to scan the bus pass, right? Because I'm in front of the fucking bus driver. The bus driver's Indian. If I don't scan the bus pass, he'll fucking single me out and kick me out of the bus. So I'm trying to scan the bus pass, right? And these fucking guys, they're like they think I'm like they're gonna try and rape me, trying to like fucking hump me to try and get past me to go into the bus. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Dude, Eminent, you're not well, man. You keep coming into the backstage with all these dismal handles.
This guy's raging, bro.
Like you're not well.
He just lies, right? Like, even come to think of it, I had a video, I think a year ago, after we did that stream. Remember, Thomas, you, me, Decline, and what's the guy's name there? That British guy, the antinatalist.
Spasticus.
And Spasticus. I criticized him on antinatalism. Then I made a video about my objections to it, and that was like a very long time ago. So even him saying that, I switched my position. Like, he's just lying at this point. It's not even. He's just lying and denying reality. Why even give him it? Why even give these people airtime on the channel? Like,
Tradster, I could bring him back on, but when you just call Dismal fat, like that's not right, man. Like we're not doing that.
And he's 0-2. Like, he's not ready to step up to me in a verbal back and forth. Like, not even close, dude. He couldn't. 10 clones of him couldn't come in and.
Well, imagine imagine being a white man with like Anglo stock, and you got some brown guy calling you fat. Like, ask me if I care. Like this like you're brown. Like,
Yeah.
This is kind of also just like the proof is in the pudding of why white flight doesn't work. Like you're not allowed to just like kind of segregate yourself somewhere and talk amongst yourselves and
They'll
do your own
follow you.
thing. Yeah,
Dude, I had this
yeah,
guy.
like
I had this guy like strategically blocked on every single platform. I had him like removed from me like a tick. Right? I'm like, okay, I got all the ticks off of me, but then because I'm on Thomas, it's like a place where he's not blocked. It's like the one place he can come and get me or whatever.
It's I have 2 points to make. A little fun fact for you guys. The Israelis tried to weaponize a stink bomb and launched it at Indians, but it didn't work.
and this is supposed to be the smartest race.
And now and because
Like a
They
fool
should
would
have
have
and
told
ended
me
it in a
because
soap
that
bomb.
wasn't gonna work.
and the sad part of it too is he won't just take his L because I bent him over twice with 200 people listening. He's gonna be sitting there for the next 3 weeks scheming on trying to assassinate me and stuff. Like
Yeah,
it's just pathetic, dude. It's
in
fucking.
the words
I
of its
would rip
handler,
the
there's
fuck.
probably BBCs in the forecast. Like,
Yeah. No, I bet you, dude.
like
There's probably a terabyte worth of like interracial porn ready with my fucking name on it, bro. Like, it's ridiculous, bro. And again, this is just the internet shielding people from consequences and ramifications, just like it shields women. It's shielding you too. And I'm not trying to be some internet tough guy, but I would rip the fucking face off you if you tried to assassinate my character anywhere but from a whole other country away. Give me a break, dude. Like, just go, man. It's pathetic. You can come back on the panel and what, go 0-3 while I use the last 5% of my phone's battery to humiliate you? Like,
I think this is just like a
are
case.
are you a glutton for punishment? I don't get it. Like,
Imagine this sort of behavior at scale. You know, like manifesting its way. Like this is the crack slipping, right? Like this is it's like seeping through like any little gap in the wall that you allow it to like come in and just like make a mess of things. I don't understand this desire. You know, like when I see somebody building something, I don't look at it and go, man, I gotta tear that down. I look
Yeah,
at it and I
fuck him.
think
He can't
like,
have that.
what do I like about this? You know, like what would I keep from it if I were to do my own thing? And what would I discard or improve upon? Like, I don't understand the mentality of just like being destructive.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I think Collective Dismal. Have you ever heard of Low Tier God? Like the kill yourself now rant where he goes like kill
yeah,
yourself.
yeah.
I feel like it's kind of like it's similar to that situation. It's like Low Tier God goes on this rant and he's like, you're like a sweet summer ant. You keep trying to come back for the nectar, and I keep, you keep coming through the holes in the house, and I keep plugging them in. But you keep finding a way back because you want the nectar, you want the sweet nectar or something like that.
Yeah, this guy's like, I don't know. He's either like addicted to my perspectives and my opinions, or else he's addicted to the humiliation. Because I don't know, maybe he has like a humiliation fetish.
I don't know if I'd go that far. It could
I don't know
be.
what it
I think
is.
some people are just wired to seek out conflict. Like if you,
Yeah,
it's like a trope in anime, right? Like how many animes are motivated by like I need to fight you to get stronger myself.
And
Like
the funniest thing is, a lot of those people are not built for combat. It's
yeah,
hilarious.
no, I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say that, dude. Like this guy is not. He's not built. He thrives on controversy that he's not like equipped for with people that he's not equipped to. It's just not a good match. Like I'm just not a good match for these guys stylistically. I know where my bread's buttered. Like I'm not. There's a lot of people that would like roll me, but he's not one of them.
And usually those people are a lot more respectful than guys like that. Anybody that's actually been in a serious physical altercation, even if there's a referee involved, understands how bad that can go. and they're usually a lot more chill and respectful and everything else. You know,
After a certain point too, you can always lose. Like there is no such thing as like assured victory in every case. Like there's always that
yeah,
puncher's chance of like if you just get clipped the wrong way on the wrong day, like it doesn't matter that you have 50 pounds on the guy, like he can finish you beyond a certain point. Like men generally have some kind of a capacity. Like they hit a threshold where like I don't know, you call it like dad strength or whatever, but like you can kind of look at a guy and know like if you'd ever be in any danger of getting your lights shut off by them.
I'm sorry, but I have to I have to kind of talk about this point that Ben made. It's he's talking about we live in America. There's no beating people up. I just Swiss cheese you. I think what these people don't realize is well, you just carry a gun everywhere. You're just gonna shoot someone at the first sign of confrontation. Fighting does exist in America. What do you mean fighting
yeah.
doesn't exist in America? You get shot. That doesn't even
I carry my pistol everywhere. But if I'm walking past somebody and all of a sudden they just grab me up and slam me, then what am I going to do? Try to scramble to get my pistol out, or am I going to have to actually go into okay? I got to stop this lock from happening.
Well, and it's also one
out
of
from
those
underneath them.
situations too where it's like the gun isn't always appropriate. Like imagine you get attacked like that in like a theater or a mall where it's like busy, like you whip it out and mag dump at your assailant, like with no regard for the surroundings.
That happens
And
quite
I
a
just
bit
meant
these
even
days,
verbally,
actually.
like he gets on here and has an emotional outburst. He can't keep his composure while he's forming the critiques and stuff like that. Like it's just he's jittery. He hasn't been in like even verbal altercations, even through the internet. Like it's just I don't see the point to keep trying
Yeah,
and
you could
failing.
kind of hear the adrenaline in his voice when he was trying to
Yeah,
get
like
his owns in or whatever.
yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Who can actually get away with acting like this in real life though? It's straight up like you have to be like a physical unit. It's like if you don't look like Sam Hyde or Frank Hassel, like you can't actually act like that in person. You just need to be like a nullify like the physical interaction just off of your bulk, right from
even
the
even
onset.
Frank Hassel ended up getting like a punch in the face and a concussion because he got pushed down the stairs from
Yeah.
Well,
like
the
being
one
too
guy's at
annoying.
CrossFit. Yeah, the CrossFit guy shoved him into a bush.
You can't assault me. That's assault. Quit touching me.
that video was asshole was funny.
Yeah, the point is though, it's like it's easy to see why there's like this like I don't know outlet. I kind of just this is like someone was asking me what kind of like politics my brother has and like
He
Yeah,
just say
I brought that
slurs.
up. Yeah, I brought
The earth
that
is
up.
yeah like
flat, you kike faggot.
yeah like this is kind of like the demeanor that he has. Like I hear him acting like this on like CS:GO like all day long, like having that tone of voice, that like pace of speech, that like
Yeah, yeah.
like the level of like anger and frustration, like it's I don't know, I just
His body thinks he's in a war. It's almost like Plato's cave.
yeah
Like it's almost like Plato's cave. Like he act his as far as his hormones concerned, like he is in a gang shootout or something. He is in like a barroom brawl. Like the adrenaline, all of it is just acting as though he were in some real situation.
If he
I
was in a real situation, he'd probably freeze up. Like deer in the headlights kind of thing.
yeah.
Oh
I have a
yeah.
question. I have a question for you guys. I recently read a news article where an Indian man was stopped at an airport carrying 100 cow dung patties. Why? I know. I have a funny meme of it, but yeah. Why do cow dung cakes? Why do you think
Hold on. Before you get into that crusade, Western Decline, are you familiar with the Michael Drake trial and conviction?
no.
You know that white guy who was trying to tell a black woman to move her car because my mama's handicapped and she likes to park here, and he got pushed by the black guy and he shot him. That's what's going to happen to most. All this whole like Second Amendment guns, were like, oh, I'm just going to shoot somebody that pushes you or whatever. Like that guy's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. He had to he was on television, saying how he wasn't a racist, and like the whole like there's no the Second Amendment thing. It when you're talking about fighting in America. I mean, you try to shoot somebody because they pushed you. I mean, especially if it's a non-white person and you shoot them. I mean, you're going to jail for the rest.
Yeah, it's
Michael-
not
That's
the
a good
an
point.
it's not the ANCAP NAP. It's not Wild Wild West like honor duels. It's not like anything like that. It's like you live in a politically charged like torture chamber where the only time you should be using your gun is if you're like 99% sure you're dead if you don't. Like
Yeah,
that's
look at
it.
Rittenhouse. I mean, the only reason
I
he didn't
gotta.
go to prison
Sorry to cut
because
in. I gotta hop off. My phone's about to die. But yeah, thanks for having me on, Thomas. So
Yeah, sorry about the troll caller or whatever.
no, it's not you. I don't care. It's just I would
I didn't
like
know he
to
was
just have.
following. You leave you left the Discord server, and he's like following you around. What's going on here?
I don't know, man. I would. I know people like the blood sports and the drama. I don't per se. I'm willing to do it, but again, I like just getting on and hanging out, like good faith arguments, and I think it disrupts that. But I mean, it definitely adds a bit to the whole like entertainment value. But
Sure, I'll give it that. Yeah.
Thanks for
yeah,
calling in, man. I always enjoy it.
yeah, we'll do another one soon. Later,
Bye,
boys. I'm gonna
collective.
drop out. I'm still gonna lurk, but
Yeah. Good luck with everything.
You
Yeah.
were saying
good
about
job, Hunt.
later, boys.
you were saying about Rittenhouse, Eisenfelder?
Yeah, the only reason he didn't wind up spending the rest of his life in prison is because all the people he tagged had the same skin color as him.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
if he'd have
even
gotten one
then
Blackbeard,
it was still close, and the same thing with Zimmerman. Zimmerman was very lucky he was Mexican, right? Like, because if he wasn't, then he'd be living the Derek Chauvin life right now.
So I wanted to ask you guys on the point of the cow dung cakes. What do you think Indians' obsessions with shit is? Like, they seem to have this obsession with poo. Why do you think
probably
this is?
genetic.
How do you think this came about?
A parasite vector, I think.
That could be it too. I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about genetics, but yeah, it could be.
So I was watching a video by Anarchy MMA titled "Why Has India Failed in the UFC?" and it was talking about like the amount of so they have like water safety ratings for like how the risk of consuming it, and in India, like their main river where they do like their burials and people bathe, the water is 92 times over the safe consumption limit for fecal contamination for a plant.
It's 400 for a human, I think.
Yeah. So if you can just imagine the amount of like intestinal parasites, this guy drew a flow chart for it where, people shit in the open, water gets contaminated by bacteria from the shit, people have to shit more because their guts are filled with bacteria from the water tainted with shit, people then shit in the open. So it's like a self-feeding, like self-perpetuating cycle. Like you
It's
throw
a shit snowball.
Yeah, like you throw parasites into the mix here, and it's like it's easy because think about like something even like I think it's tapeworms or whatever. Like the idea is your asshole like itches at night. You scratch your ass. That's when they come out to lay eggs. You then pass the eggs under your fingernails back into your
Yeah.
mouth when you eat, and they complete their life cycle like that. So it's easy to see how it would happen. I think like.
Did you know? I just want to read off some statistics I memorized about Indians. They did you know that they have the lowest androgen sensitivity to testosterone? They have 20% less lung capacity on average. They have the thinnest wrists on average of any human male. They they complained that the normal sized condoms were too big. This is an actual thing. They complained to companies that the normal sized condoms were too big in India, and I think there was something else, but I can't remember. But oh yeah, they have like if they so if they eat too much ice cream, you know how normally if you just eat a bunch of ice cream, you just get fat, right? No. Indians develop diabetes. They have a predisposition to developing like fat and diabetes. So why do you think like the leading theory now is because of the English colonization where they were starved by the British and basically only the skinny fat genetic phenotypes could survive. Do you think that they're correct on this theory, or do you think that it's another cause?
I think they're wrong on that completely. I think the only reason we have so many Indians today is because of the British invasion. I think far from starving them, they're why they have enough food to continue growing a population. From what I've read, it was saying that they didn't understand like crop rotation. They didn't understand to not like deplete all of your like food stores and rely on the next season's growth because you could get like a bad crop and be famined. So like the British made them aware of all these things to like in hindsight was probably a mistake, but at the time it was probably seen as like a humanitarian effort, the same way Americans give like wells to Africa and shit. Like
I
I
mean, they're
think that
still using the rail lines the British put in for them. You know, they wouldn't even have trains if it wasn't for the British Empire. So they should be a little bit more thankful, I think.
Didn't have any of you guys heard about the Indians? They beat a local guy to death, like a government worker, because he tried to get them to use a toilet. They beat him to death.
I did see that on 4chan, yeah.
I was reading stats in that video too, where it was talking about how like Prime Minister Mundi or whoever, the like leader of India right now, he came out and said that they've eradicated like open defecation, but like even like generous estimates still say that there's like 130 million people in India openly defecating. And they compared it to like a bordering nation that managed to
Can I ask
completely
you, Western
eliminate their open
Decline?
defecation in 10 years.
Western Decline. Why do Indians shit in the, like? Why do they poop in the street? Like, I'm just curious.
Well, I think they do it here out of spite. In their own countries, it's so. If you guys have ever had roommates or you've seen roommates that like refuse to do their own dishes or clean up after themselves, I think it becomes like a race to the bottom where like someone's willingness to just tolerate like disgust and filth sets the new norm of behavior. So like even if you didn't want to poop in the street, like when you
But
have
they're
to
not
like
Western
duck
Decline.
and dodge the human landmines when you
Are,
every time you leave your house, you're probably just going to start doing it anyway, so at least your neighbors have to step in yours too.
the whole poop thing. What's going on there? Like, they're not that stupid, right?
Oh, maybe they
I
are.
think they are.
No, their mindset, Thomas. I once heard an Indian have a comeback like this to an argument. Some guy called him a street shitter, and this was his comeback. I shit in the street. You shit in your house next to where you eat. Do you know what kind of mindset you have to believe that this is an acceptable comeback? To to behave like this, to have this type of mentality just shows off everything. Like it just proves the point.
Yeah, it
black
shows
people?
it extends to not just the shit. It shows how they handle trash too. Like their idea of like being sanitary is like taking the messy things and just putting them somewhere that's not in my immediate field of vision. And they think that that's like being like clean and sanitary. Like they don't understand cleaning, they don't understand
But it's
like
not. It's
compartmentalization.
why is it? It's attributed to Pajeets, but not like black people and Africans. You know what I'm saying? or is it because they just murder people like at a high rate? We just
Well, I
focus
think
on
in
that.
the case of
They
Africans,
poop in the streets and
it's
shit
hard
everywhere.
to poo when you have nothing to eat. So I think
Yeah, there is that.
I think that explains that one. Um,
So the Bajits, they shit everywhere, and black people are better at this than them. I don't know what's going on
well,
there. Like,
I think blacks have like the important thing where they, broken clocks are right twice a day, but blacks at least, you know, don't have like the air. Like you'd be hard pressed to find a black guy that actually wants to go back to Africa. Indians have like this unearned like superiority that they come with too, where they come to your country, but they'll still be preaching the India superpower by 2030 nonsense.
India number one, sir. India
Yeah,
number
like
one.
it's nonsense. Like if you'd think that they'd be like a proud like Indian Canadian or Indian American or something. Not, but it's like India first.
anyway, I interrupted. Go ahead.
I didn't have anything else to add.
Oh my God, who's in the private chat? This is mental illness.
He
Yeah,
came
he
back.
keeps making up different names. Yeah,
Yeah,
got a
he,
few
he's,
different names in
30.
there.
You
he's
sent
trying to
me
get in
30
again.
private messages, bro. This can't be real.
Can you please let him on? I want to hear him.
Is it even worthwhile? Like,
All right, you're live. Go ahead. I guess we can listen to you. 2 seconds. What's up? You're live. Go ahead. All right.
Oh my fucking god!
You're
This guy's
live. Go ahead.
All right. So first off, when I first came on, I wanted to be cordial. Man, you can like say I'm an
cordial.
inferior G. I don't really care. I mean, all the things about India being a shithole, it's correct. But the thing is, when I was conversing, man, like Dismal flipped the table. He was like genetic spite and whatever. But I was just gonna speak to the points at hand, and I really don't care about this other shit taking people down. I just want to speak to the point. So, for example, this point right now, Western made about Jeets shitting in India. Yeah, it's the race to the bottom. Actually, Dismal, he made a point about this before. It was like in reference to when he used to work as a gym trainee or gym trainer.
You waited all that time. You didn't say anything. What the hell happened?
dude, get a fucking hobby. Like, seriously.
Well, you had a lot of time to figure out what you were gonna say.
Why does he
Okay,
talk so fast? Why
I
does
just
he go?
I don't like I would have been fine with hearing him out. I just like
Yeah.
I don't I agree with Dismal in the chat though. Like don't let him on here when he's not here to
Well,
defend.
no, that's my
I don't
point.
I don't trust him to keep it to the topics at hand and not like try to argue with Dismal who's absent now.
Well,
Like,
no, we're not talking about Dismal. You had all that time. You didn't say anything. That's amazing. Okay, moving on. What are we doing? Sorry,
We've
guys.
grown on 4 hours, I think. Yeah.
I'm a little tired. I think we got to wrap it up. I think. Fucking A.
Yeah, so what now?
What do I got? Do I have anything? Oh, what about you guys? One more thing. What about the whole AMSR? Like that one Lionheart YouTuber who added me a bunch of times, and he's like obsessed with getting laid or whatever. Or maybe that's a wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but he's a
ASMR.
Like, well, men like obsess about this stuff. They listen to like girls.
That's
before they go to bed, or
Yeah, it's the
there's,
same
like, a
crowd
porno-
of guys that watch cam girls and OnlyFans. It's the same kind of person.
Yeah,
Do you guys do you guys watch this stuff or listen to this stuff?
No, it's there's no appeal.
One of my friends does it. He
yeah,
listens.
same.
It's like it's I guess some people don't have like the tolerance for some people don't have the tolerance for the some people aren't stone cold, I guess they don't have the tolerance, and they have to listen to this it's kind of like I guess it kind of tricks your brain into thinking that you have like a mate, that you have a girlfriend. and it's like this freaky thing where they listen to like a woman saying, "Oh, you're so cute. Have a
You
good night."
guys know how I don't want to see that guy get his neck, like that guy got murdered on the ice rink. Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like I don't want to see women on Instagram or AMSR stuff or like watch like Twitch or any of this shit. Did you guys watch this stuff?
No, I don't watch. I don't like.
Like you're playing hatred. That's great. I mean, that's
Yeah.
fun. Like listening to some broad or watching her because she's cute or I'd rather just not see that. It's
No.
like with the
Yeah,
black guy who murdered
I
the white guy in the ice rink. I don't want to see that either. I'm like,
I
maybe
don't
I'm
even.
old. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
old now. I used to like horror movies and stuff, but I just don't want to see I don't want to see gratuitous violence anymore or women if I don't have. I'd rather just not see women ever. It's better that way.
Saudi Arabia's got the right idea in regards to that.
Yeah.
You
So
guys,
you're going to
you
become a
guys can
monk?
you guys can add to this. I'm just giving my take. Like I don't want to see any of this or hear about it. And then this Lionheart YouTuber, I don't even know his name. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Some guy who's like a black pillar. He added me on YouTube and he watches all this stuff and he uploads it over and over again on his YouTube channel. I subbed just to see what his channel was about. And I'm like, oh, I can't do it. All he does is load upload AMSR stuff. This is
ASMR.
bizarre. What is it? What is it called?
ASMR.
ASMR. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Like a lot of like as I said, like I don't even interact with women. I just I don't think I've talked to a woman in probably like 4 months. I go to my uni. I go on the bus. I sit down. I go to my uni. I go into the uni. I go into the lecture hall. I go out of the lecture hall. I lock. I have like this office in an abandoned building where no one goes, and all the doors are locked. And I had to lockpick into one of these offices, these abandoned offices. I go into there to study. I see no one. I leave. I go back home. And I go to sleep, or I tune into this show, or I watch YouTube or something like that. I don't think I've talked to another woman I don't think I've talked to a woman except for my mother and my sister in like 4 months.
I feel like the nofap crowd gets it wrong, and what you're doing is far more like beneficial for your mental health. Instead of trying to do like nofap streaks, you should try and do like no interacting with women streaks, and like how long you can make it. Because my mental health is great when I'm not forced to like interact with these people, because women have never brought me anything but problems. It's kind of like having a cell phone. I'm not like excited with the cell phone, because I know anytime it rings or I get a text, it's never a girl. It's like some sort of scammer, or I'm being alerted of something. Like it's never good news. And similarly with women, anytime I'm interacting with a woman, like at most it's a neutral situation, like they're a cashier or some kind of customer service representative. It always has the potential to be negative with no real chance to ever be positive.
I
So
don't even want to have a woman come out and have a cigarette when I'm smoking in like the smoke area, like or wherever if I'm at a place where you're like I like to smoke, so I'll be smoking in different situations, and some woman shows up. Like, what are you doing? I'm trying to enjoy a cigarette. I don't want some broad and invading my space right now. Like they have not. I'm not going to get laid. She's not going to be my girlfriend, and I don't even know her. Like I don't want to be around them at all. Like I don't want to sound like a migtard guy, guys, but I want to enjoy a cigarette, and some old broad, some 50-year-old woman's going to like stir the pot or try to get some information or the whole political thing, politics at work, and it's like I'm trying to have a smoke and some old hen's trying to come and get in my space.
I always thought I should be jealous of the smokers at work because they get more and longer breaks. But now you're making me think that maybe not smoking's the right call. You're gonna avoid all these tumultuous conversations. You're the implicit fraternization of the smoke break.
You could probably fake smoking, like just bring in a pack of like those Hollywood cigarettes and just go in and I gotta take a smoke break, just light it up and just don't just pretend to breathe it in.
They definitely do get more breaks, that's for sure.
Just take have you guys seen that the flavored air that they're trying to sell? Like it's not even vaping, it's literally flavored air.
I think I've
And
seen that. Yeah.
and it's like imagine telling your boss you got to go take your flavored air break.
Remember that guys when remember that like galaxy gas trend like a couple months ago with the
Shame it didn't
blacks
catch on
fucking
more.
yeah yeah. Um, what do you think about I've noticed blacks always blame all their problems on the CIA. Like niggas really think that the CIA is fucking like influencing Trippie Red to make some more gang music. Like they did it once like 50 years ago. You motherfuckers have been continuing it for like the last 50.
They
I
say
wish
that because
that
the
was the
CIA
case.
imported all the cocaine.
Yeah.
I wish it were the case. I feel like the CIA, aren't they the ones that instituted like Project Mockingbird and all these other things where they assume control of all the media and everything else? Like if the CIA was actually running things, you wouldn't be having like infinity black sports ball athletes being crammed down your throat, assuming that they actually had these opinions about blacks. I don't think they're playing like 5D chess to psyop the populace
Yeah.
against black people. Where like, are you annoyed with these blacks yet? Here's another Kevin Kaepernick. He's gonna take another knee. Hate them like us. Skeptical.
Yeah, no. Like the CIA is just like it's gay and fake now. It's not really fake, but it's just gay. It's like the NSA group chat with with trannies.
Yeah, did you see the leaked memos of, I think it was the CIA or maybe the NSA or one of those three-letter agencies? The guys had like rainbow-colored dildos on their desks.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
like these
yeah,
people are freaks.
No way. Seriously. Oh my god.
All right, I think we're gonna wrap it up. Why don't you guys give us your final thoughts or whatever, and we'll get out of here. Eschenfelder, you can go first if you want.
I don't really have one. I'm gonna hop off here because I'm exhausted. But it was good talking to all you guys. Hope everybody has a good night. Thanks for having me on, Thomas.
Yeah, good to see you again. See ya.
All right,
You
later,
too,
homie.
buddy.
Night,
Have a
man.
good one. Good night.
Broomstick, I think you're gone. Are you there, Bucko?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to plug your YouTube channel? You want to tell us what's up? What are you doing?
Yeah, just some closing thoughts. So you guys, I was in the chat. If you guys click on me, I've got some content on my video. We talk about a lot of these topics over there. And if you guys have anything you'd like to recommend, go ahead and recommend. I just want to close on this. I think male apathy is something that's kind of brewing and kind of growing. And I think when Morgan Stanley has those studies about the rate of single women going up, I think male apathy is going to be a factor in that in the long term. Have a good night, guys.
Take care,
Good
Bucko.
night, man.
Yeah, I listened to some Broomstick on my way to work. Some kind of
I like his stuff. It's kind of
incoherent rambling, but it's actually pretty good. I enjoyed it.
it's fresh it's fresh energy for somebody that hasn't like quite given up yet. It doesn't apply to me, but hopefully people that are more in that vein can take some of my errors and learn from them at least. So
Yeah, good shit. I got a few like names to list off. I guess we could just run the gamut real quick and we'll get out of here. Did I ever ask you about Jordan Maxwell?
I don't think so.
Is that Ghislaine Maxwell's like father or something?
Is that true?
I don't know.
No way. How did you just make that up right now?
No, I didn't. I wasn't
like,
saying
look
it as
this
a
up
fact.
now.
I was guessing.
Oh, is this the guy that wrote
You guys don't know who Jordan Maxwell is?
Did he write a book called the? Yes, he did. He wrote a book called. I read his Occult World of Commerce. I didn't recognize the name, but I recognize one of the books he's written. Yeah, so Occult World of Commerce was good. He's if that book was that on point, I imagine he's right about some other stuff.
I don't know. I'm just surprised you guys don't have more. I don't know, more familiar with them.
I didn't realize that he had covered all these different topics. I read that one book back when I was kind of getting into like the hidden in plain sight stuff, where like so many of our words have hidden meanings.
Is Jordan Maxwell Jewish? Or was he Jewish? Rest in peace. I didn't even know he died. I mean, it makes sense that he died. He was looked like hell for 20 years.
He looks like an 80-year-old chud.
All right, I think that's the only name I'm gonna have for you today. We're gonna just rip it. Just gonna call it. Crusade, do you want to plug anything? You gonna start YouTube, your own channel? What's going on over there, Bucko?
No, I'm kind of Jewish, as in I can only really parasitize off other people's. I can really only add to people who start discussions. But
I think that the word is supplementary, not it's not parasitizing if you're supplementing or symbioting.
yeah. Well, thanks for having me on, Thomas. Thanks, Wester.
I got something to recommend on his behalf. Go watch a playthrough of the Oddworld games if you want to understand his profile picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the anime series review, and I don't know, someday, and probably in like the next 10 days. I don't know.
I wanted to ask you about that, Thomas. Have you started watching it yet?
No, I'm busy.
Yeah.
Get to it though.
Okay. Bye, guys.
All right. Well, Western Decline. You gonna be streaming this week, or are you gonna do your own thing at all in the future?
I don't know. It's like a spur of the moment thing for me. I've tried to upload all my old stuff, but the problem I'm running into is fucking Gumroad's file limits are too small, and my files are too big. Like some of them are fucking 20 gigs, and I gotta compress them before I can upload them anywhere. That isn't fucking YouTube. I'm too lazy to like edit them. I'm just gonna run them through some sort of like squashing program to fucking turn them into images for blind people. Maybe I can do just the audio from them or something.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. We're done, man. It was fun. I liked hanging out with you guys, and it was just a good shit post stream. We'll do it again in like a week or something, maybe. I don't know if we're up for it. You up for it?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. I don't have any videos or anything, and I don't know. I'm tired. Later, everybody. Have a good night, everybody, and yeah. We'll be back in maybe a week, maybe two. Who knows? Later, guys.
Yep. Thanks.